All right. Looks like we are live. Go ahead and pop this up. I think we got some people backstage. If you want to join, the link is in the chat and the description of the video. Of course, if I don't recognize you and you're not a regular on any of the channels, mine or the others that are in the community, I can't add you, especially on the road, because of the fact that I cannot make any quick corrections if the BBC show up today. But on that note, if you don't know, it's a good thing. We've had issues in the past. Anyway, I'm on the road, as you can tell. Don't worry, it's hands-free. All I got to do is just touch the thing right in front of my remote in order to continue on the show. But we'll get our guests in here. Today, we don't have a topic. We're just hanging out, driving. I'm working, so that's how that's going to go. You guys are welcome to talk about anything you want. Basically, I'm filling in. Brandon Trueblood is not streaming today, from my understanding. Or maybe he'll stream later. I'm not sure. But I was like, hey, I'd like to be on Brandon's show today. But there is no show. So now we have a show. So that's how that's working. The intro is done by Billy Von Baum. All the animation, everything you see was AI. And the song was done by Jeffrey Paul. So if you haven't checked out either one of those channels, it's billyvonbaum.com, and Jeffrey Paul has a channel on YouTube. We are streaming on all three platforms today. You will see us live on MGTOW, Rumble, and YouTube. That's the benefit of setting this up before I'm on the road. Set it up, sitting here, drinking some coffee on my chair at home, and it's like, let's do a stream. So we are streaming on all three. On that note, if you'd like to support the channel, you are more than welcome to Super Chat today. I will read those on stops, so keep that in mind. I will not be reading chats while I'm on the road for obvious reasons. But when we make stops, and there will be several along the way, our next stop is in an hour, but after that it'll be every 20 minutes or so. And I will read the chats, like I said. And if you want to join the show, like I said, there is enough for 10 people today, so I'll get you guys in as well. And I'm going to flip this camera around so you don't have to look at me. We'll do some road porn here. And yeah, that's what we'll do. So welcome to the show. If it is your first time, you never know what's going to happen here. If you've been here before, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. We will have a stream on Friday, by the way. It's going to be a fun stream, nothing serious. The world is full of serious bad news, and I'm kind of tired of talking about it. That's why I've been gone for a month. By the way, that's why I left for a month. It was to kind of clear my head, do some things I wanted to do, learn to ride a skateboard a little bit. Yep, that's true. I did. And I learned to fall off of a skateboard and roll my ankle too. That was good times. Still bruised. Matter of fact, I take my sock off and it looks like somebody beat the shit out of my foot. Yeah, so that was fun. I'm going to get back on that board as soon as my ankle stops fucking hurting. I don't know. There's nothing else really to report. Did some Halloween stuff. Carved a bunch of pumpkins. Made a bunch of pumpkin seeds. I left the recipe for you guys in the community chat if you want to check that out for yourself. And yeah. So just took some time off to clear my head, do some hobbies, not look at a computer. I mean, I got on once in a while, went backstage with you guys, went on Brandon's show, was on Gilded, but no shows. That includes any other shows I have to run on other channels. I couldn't. I was over it. Because it gets stressful, man. Especially when you're talking about fucking negative news all the time. Dating and relationship, they suck, right? Marriage fucking sucks. World War III and nuclear annihilation, good times. Everybody loves talking about that 24/7. And because I talk about it, I have to keep up with it, which means I get to see all the bad news all day long, all day, every day. And it takes a toll. But anyway, I'm done with my fucking rant, my spiel. I'll turn this camera off, turn it around, and bring in the panel. Let me get to doing that. There will be a little bit of a delay because I have to multitask. Looks like we have Cliff. Let me get him on the stage here. See if that worked.
What's up, Rhino? How's it going?
Yeah, how's it going, man? It's going. Just another day.
Indeed it is.
So what are you up to, man?
Not much. Just dealing with the aftermath of Halloween. I got to spend it with my nephews and had a bunch of fun with that. And apparently, now my family is setting up Christmas decorations. Which,
well,
yeah.
Well, oh no, the pirates are out today. We got pirates all over the road up here.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah. All right, we'll get past these pirates and then I'll get this camera on. Anyway, I'm not gonna lie, man. I went in my storage and I had to put all my Halloween shit away. and I looked, and the Christmas stuff is always behind the Halloween stuff in the closet.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, you know what? Might as well just get it over with. So I busted out Christmas myself.
Well, I'm one of those more holiday purists, I guess. I acknowledge that we have Thanksgiving between Halloween and Christmas, and I don't put my stuff up until the day after Thanksgiving. So
Well, it's just Thanksgiving is Christmas light, right?
it kind of is, yeah.
So there you go. Let me get this camera. That should be correct, I hope.
Yeah.
Let's see. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, then I'll just leave the camera off. All right. How about that? Yes, there we go. Now we're on
there
the
we
road.
go. That's a great
Yeah.
view.
Yeah. So yeah, if there's anything on your mind, anything you want to talk about, I don't care if it's politics, if it's war related, it doesn't matter because we're back and we're on the road. We're going to be here till I get home. So
All right.
anything you want to talk about, man?
Well, I kind of got a story I want to talk about that happened to me a couple days ago, but obviously you said not focus so much on negativity. So let's go ahead, off the top of my head, just what you talked about with you're kind of been on a sabbatical, I guess, for the last month.
Sure.
You clear your head and learn some new hobbies. I say, for a lot of people, that is definitely a necessity every once in a while. So
Oh, yeah.
Because with all the craziness going on in the world, and it's always in your face, you need to just decompress from all that crap.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And, I started checking again yesterday, and it was just more bad news, And like I said, I took my break. I did my little head cleaning, and I think I'm good. But I get on yesterday, and there was a Department of Homeland Security meeting. I guess it was like a 3-hour conference or something like that. And maybe it was longer. But they're basically saying, yeah, our open borders, attacks are imminent, and good luck, we're fucked. That's I was like, wow, that's great. I knew it was coming, but they just announced it like, hey, guess what? That open border thing, yeah, there's like probably 30 or so cities that we suspect could be under attack at any time now.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, what was it? Maybe a decade ago, we had it was like a dozen cities, and now it's tripled at least. Because it's a problem that keeps on being perpetuated and gets pushed off to whoever the next guy is in charge. Eventually, watch who retires or who leaves those positions. Those are the people that should be held to task, but they always disappear, and they're hardly ever in the news, other than they announce their retirement. That's it.
Yep, pretty much. Yeah, so that's going to be interesting to see. Things are getting a little spicy over there. I don't know. I get on the Chinese Communist app because the way I got my algorithm on there set up, I can actually keep track of a lot of current events and everything. Right. And I see a lot of military guys, a lot of activity, and talking about going overseas and everything. So there's definitely some stuff going on. And I don't think we're being told everything either. That's the part that I don't like. They didn't even bother. If you look at Reuters and Australian news and all that shit, not Reuters, what am I thinking? Maybe it is Reuters or RT, whatever that is. But overseas, all the other news outlets are basically saying America is at war. But it's funny, our media hasn't said a fucking word, Just interesting.
Well, what is that going to do to the populace if you really think about it? If our news says outright that we're at war or in conflict, it's basically going to cause an uproar. Because you're going to have a lot of the local population who are dealing with us we're right on the precipice of a depression.
I would almost say we're in one already, and they just won't admit it,
Yeah, they won't admit it. You have...
Nope. Are you still there? I think his mic cut out on us. That or I can't hear him. Guys, let me know in the chat if you can hear him still. You can see the chat on the side of the screen here. Sean St. George, we're not being told everything. Say it ain't so. Yeah. But yeah, somebody in the chat, let me know if you can still hear him. I am having trouble hearing him. Let's see. That's interesting. He cut out. Okay. Cliff, your mic definitely cut out. If you can sort that out, I'm not sure what happened. If it came unplugged or what happened. Oh, he dropped out. Okay. Well, if he comes back, we will absolutely throw him back on there. Anybody else that is available and wants to come in and chat, you're more than welcome to do so as well. So yeah, if you are in the audience right now and would like to join, the link to join is pinned at the top of the live chat as well as in the description. If you are watching on MGTOW or Rumble, I cannot see your comments at this time. That'll have to be done on a break, but I will check them then. But the link to join StreamYard would be on the YouTube side. So if you're watching on the YouTube side, you can see it. If you're on MGTOW or Rumble, hop over on YouTube really quick to grab that link, and I can get you added in. Or if you're a member of Gilded, I posted it in there as well. All right. Eric Zombro. All right, I'll add you in there. There we go.
Hey, Rhino, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing all right. How about you?
Good, good. I just wanted to touch on something you were talking about, and you had actually talked about this numerous times before, that sometimes it's good to just get away from the computer and just get out and do things and not be a slave to the phone or the computer. So
yeah,
props to that, man. And you know, pursuing a hobby, stuff like that, the skateboard and everything, just be a little safe. But yeah, no, definitely. I think it's important for guys to get, you know, even if it's like twice a week, just go out for a walk, you know, just be at one with the environment. Definitely.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I had been doing this show pretty consistently for a little over a year. And I think I took like a week off or something here or there, but I was doing it every week. And then I was helping out a lot on Pop and Blake's side. And it was just starting to get away and actually so I got, you know, shower, went to work, computer, went to bed, and I was just repeating that cycle. You know, and you got to break that. You got to go do something for yourself. You know, and I did some cool stuff. Yeah, you know, like I decided to take a break, so I went to a pumpkin patch because I don't know. I'm a moving slut. I really am. But they had these, these horse-drawn carriages.
Yeah, no, it's what keeps you young, man.
But yeah, they had these. Yeah, they had these old horse-drawn carriages, and so they dropped you off in the middle of a field. You had to pick and then picked you back up. Cool. I did that. Yeah. That was kind of fun. And some other things. Saw a couple movies and stuff like that. But that was it.
Yeah, they used to have those up in New York. I took my ex-wife and kids up to Sleepy Hollow. We did we did that. They drop you off in a field with a knife to cut the pumpkin off yourself and everything. It was pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah. But yeah. Now I won't take.
Heck yeah.
I'm gonna jump out, but I just wanted to say I think it's important what you did, and I think more guys should start doing it. You know, instead of being a slave to technology. So, props to you, man, and thanks for shouting that out. It's definitely a message people need to hear. You take care.
Heck yeah, man. Yeah, you too. All right. Glad he dropped by, and yeah, it is important. So if you guys are whether it's the internet or even just the work life, you know, if you guys feel like you're just a cog in a machine, you know, if it's starting to feel like every day is the same thing and the days don't matter anymore, yeah, that's your body saying you need a fucking break. So I highly recommend it. Matter of fact, I might be subbing in tonight on Pop Show, so I am just jumping back in full force. We'll have a show on Friday. That one's going to be fun. We are literally talking about Bayou Billy, Billy Von Baum. So that'll be fun. We'll talk about some other stuff too. I've got some clips lined up, some articles and some topics. We've got some Red Pill content as well as current events. So we will be talking about some of that as well. But, you know, we're going to have a good time, laugh. It's not going to be the majority of the show talking about, you know, articles. So you can look forward to that. That'll be Friday night, 10 p.m. Eastern, of course. And you are all welcome to join that as well. Let's see. Looks like we got Polska Bob in the chat today. I do see you there. St. Troglodyte, St. Louis Arch, Sean St. George, lots of saints. All right, let's see who we got backstage. Cliff is back, and hopefully we can pick up where he left off. There we go. Get him added in. Give me a second. Got to get past that speed bump so I don't hit the wrong button. Or not speed bump, but bridge. All right.
All right, I'm back.
Right on?
All right.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where we left off. No, you're fine. I'm not sure we left off, though, so hopefully you remember better than I do.
Well, it's all about our media basically not telling the American people what's going on. That's about it.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Yeah. But
like
you said you had a story as well.
Yeah. I might have to write that in. I'm going to have to call my internet service because apparently they keep dropping me. So I'm not sure what's going to happen. If I get dropped again, I'm just not going to jump back in. So.
All right.
But okay. With all that kind of stuff with the media, they're just gaslighting everybody now. We all know they're owned by the same 5 or 6 companies and try to keep people from panicking with how royally fucked we are. That's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, I'll go ahead and get into my story. This happened Sunday night when Pop and Blake were doing their stream on Flashpoint.
Mm-hmm.
And I go get home from running errands. I just got home from eating Sunday dinner over at my brother's place. And I go check my mail. I notice, hey, there's a piece of mail in here for my neighbor. All right. I don't know why. It's in my mailbox. Probably the mailman's lazy. I don't know. I figured, all right, I'd be courteous enough and go ahead and hand it to them in person. Why not?
Yeah.
I knock on their door. Now, when I knock on somebody's door, I knock to make sure I am heard because I don't know what noises are happening. Somebody could be taking a nap, something like that. I don't know.
Right.
I do that. Knock on the door, and their name was very. I think it was Gabriel, which I mean, it's one of those kind of gender. You can go either way. I was a guy. No, turned out to be a woman.
Gabrielle.
Gabrielle. Yeah. And I go and knock on the door. I figured, hey, mistake happened. Here's your mail. And she just says, oh my God. I'm going, I didn't expect that kind of reaction. All right. I hand her the mail. She swipes it out of my hand and slams the door. I'm like going, thank you would be nice.
Right.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck? So okay, fine. I go back to my apartment. I'm just relaxing. Actually, I'm literally folding my laundry, and I get a knock on my door 10 minutes later. I got a cop at my door. I'm going,
fuck?
The fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like going, okay, this kind of went sideways. And so I answered the door. I'm like going, hey, how's it going? And it's like, oh yeah, apparently we got a complaint that you were harassing somebody. I was like, harassing? What? I literally tell the cop the story. And I'm like, oh yeah, it was just a mistake. I was raised to be a courteous neighbor. I was raised to actually have respect for my fellow neighbors and you actually treat them kindly. If there's something that's going wrong, you try to help them out. They were missing a piece of mail, and I figured the easiest way to give it to them directly. That's just how I was raised. It's not rocket science, all right?
Yeah, I thought that was just normal.
Yeah. And he's like, well, I understand the circumstance, but you kind of have to look at the situation from her perspective. I'm like going, well, okay. And it's like, well, you got to realize you're a big guy, and like she opened the door for you. You could just storm right in. It's like, or she could just not answer the door.
Right.
And that's it. And the most I would have done is I would just left at her doorstep and just left. At that point, what am I going to do? Not to mention where I live, most people are carrying. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think I understand her perspective.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So it's just so dumb, and he's like going, well, you gotta be respectful. You gotta be not so intimidating. You gotta realize how a woman is nowadays. I was like, I'm just going to the point. I just told him the most polite way possible. I was like, well, it's 2023. Men and women are equal,
Uh-huh.
and she should be able to handle that situation like an adult. But obviously, she didn't because she chose to call you and waste your time. And so to just
Yeah.
go, oh, hey, this guy got me my mail. Okay. And it was something important. It was something from a hospital. And usually, if it's something from a hospital, it's either a bill or it's a test results. At least
Right.
in my experience, that's what it's been.
Yeah. Well, maybe she was just mad because she opened the mail and she got the herpes epigonolita AIDS. You never know.
You know what? With where I live, I'm next to a college. I would not be surprised if that's the case.
God. Yeah. Well, the other problem is you probably don't, look like Channing Tatum or Jason Statham or anything. So that would have been a different story. If one of them would have knocked on her door, she wouldn't have called the cops, I'm sure,
Yeah, but I've seen the guy that she brings to her place. None of them look like that at all.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Well, she sounds like just a wonderful human being.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
She's got the septum piercings, and so
okay.
she's automatically a cow.
Yeah. Yeah. Well.
So the cop says, all right, he understood, and he told me good night, but he also kind of warned me as he was leaving. He's like, to not be so intimidating. I was like, well, for fuck's sake, I can't help I'm 6'1", and granted I am overweight. I could still lay a fucker to the ground if I need to.
Yeah.
So, on a societal level, we're fucked, in my opinion, because people don't want to interact with each other and actually have general courtesy for each other.
Yeah,
so,
you're not wrong.
Yeah.
No, it's you can see that everywhere, man. Like everybody gives you the fucking side eye anymore. It's very rare. If you live in I guess like a small town, maybe you still get the people that wave at you and say hi, but like on this route that I'm on today, most of these people, on this corridor, they're just assholes, all of them. They don't say hi. They don't want nothing to do with you. You're just an inconvenience. Especially, here's a fucking funny thing. I find a lot of that in customer service jobs where it's obviously the younger kids, but they're there talking to their friends instead of helping you at the counter. Like, just that common courtesy shit. Like your job is to help customers, but they're too much of an inconvenience for you, And you'll see that you're walking up to the counter, they roll their eyes at you like, fuck, I gotta work. But yeah, it's true. You're absolutely right. Like nobody knows how to be a decent fucking human being anymore. You are not wrong.
Well, it's partly because we're at a major generational divide. I remember talking with Crusader Nate last week that's a big issue that we're having is there's a huge difference in the generations, especially when you go from the Gen X to millennials, and it's more apparent with the millennials to the Gen Z.
Right.
And the one thing I've kind of noticed even amongst myself is that I'm a lot more kind of agoraphobic. I don't like going outside so much. I actually kind of like the convenience of being home. And it's probably because that's instilled, at least in me, that's probably a lot more common for people around my age group and younger. So you don't actually have that personal interaction with people anymore. So you don't know how to engage that much anymore. That's kind of also why our society's going so downhill, and we're on the two extremes of a lot of people are on one of two extremes of the emotional spectrum. You have those that are either highly emotional, and you have those that are completely stoic and just don't give a fuck if the world burns.
Yeah, well, you're completely right. And another thing, I was part of that last generation that grew up. The computer had just come out, like Windows 95 anyway. That was just coming out, but no one cared. It took you 20 minutes to turn the thing on anyway.
Yep.
But I remember, I was more concerned about going out, riding my bike, getting in, trouble in the neighborhood and going way further than my parents ever knew I went. Mm-hmm. But, I wanted to go hang out with people, and now all these kids got these tablets and video games and get cell phones. I didn't have a cell phone. I didn't even have a phone until I was like, well, maybe high school. I had like a home phone in the basement in my room or whatever. But as far as the cell phone, I didn't have one until after I graduated.
Yeah.
So, but that's the thing. Like these kids don't go outside. They don't interact. They don't have friends. And if they do have friends, they're on Facebook or something, you know. And even that, it's not even Facebook anymore. Now it's like TikTok or whatever. Yeah. But nobody has real interactions, you know. And I remember it was so much fun. You'd go out and you'd ride your bike and go to the malls or go to the movies or whatever with your buddies or go to the skate park or the kids don't do that anymore.
Yeah, that's all it was for me. Is my parents always told me, go outside, go play with your friends, don't come back home when the streetlights come on.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other part is that you have all these kids and also their parents that are basically not encouraging them to go outside anymore because of the crap that's being fed to them in the news media. It actually goes back to the previous thing we were talking about. The news, how we are not being told what's happening outside the United States. We're being told what's happening within, and people are scared of it.
For example, just to touch on that lightly, because I don't want to go too heavy into that. But you were supposed to be afraid of everybody next to you. Everybody had, the germs, and everybody could have been the boogeyman. And for the average schmo that doesn't understand, this is all a bunch of crap. Like, I still see people that are going out wearing face diapers. Still.
Oh, God.
Yeah. So that's a whole other thing. Like, people are afraid to be around each other now. Well, not, us normal, sane people, but the rest of the population that got brainwashed.
Yeah.
So that doesn't help either.
No, we are turning into a society of sheep. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's no good, man. But I don't know. I don't know how things are going to go. And then the what do you call them? Gen Zers, millennials. I don't know what the hell they're called. Yeah. But they're actually onto something. And I know a lot of guys, especially in this space, especially the older Gen Xers and some boomers. I don't know how many we have here, maybe a couple. But the Gen Z are like, this whole 40-hour work week thing is kind of retarded. And I got to be honest, I'm working right now, but I get it. I actually understand where they're coming from. Like, you got to think about the programming that's involved to get you to think that you're supposed to go to school, graduate, work 40 hours, have maybe 15 years of freedom when you're too decrepit and old to enjoy it, and then die. And that's your life. That's it. Like, that's what you're supposed to do. And there's so many people that argue, like, yeah, when I was your age, I worked fucking 18-hour days every day of the week, and that's fucking stupid. Why would you do that?
Well, part of it that's also being tacked on to the 40 hours is also some of the amenities we need to be able to fulfill those said 40 hours.
Yeah.
And that it actually isn't just a 40-hour week. I mean, look at some of the people that have to commute into work nowadays. It's an hour drive. So, okay, you're doing an hour drive and maybe an hour and a half, and it's both ways. So you're really thinking you're more or less doing a 10-hour day. What was it for the guys that were doing like 12-hour work days back in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s? They literally lived right next to work. It was maybe 10 minutes away, and they could take the freaking bus or walk. All right? It wasn't that much of an inconvenience when you were fairly decently close to your work location. But now it's also because they realize the inconvenience of it. And as well as some of the jobs, especially if they're doing white-collar jobs, like the argument of why am I doing a job at an office space when I can be doing work from home? And think about the work hours that come with that. And then you also have people. Mm-hmm.
I was just going to interject really quick. You know the reason they're trying to get people back in the office, don't you?
Leasing on the buildings. They still have to pay for it.
That's exactly fucking it. They don't fucking need these people in the offices, but they got to have a reason to justify those leases. Absolutely.
Yep.
Anyway, sorry, I cut you off there, but
no.
Go ahead with
that's a perfect point, and it's just a lot of people that are kind of realizing is like, why do I have to inconvenience myself to actually for a job I can do from home? Now, granted, that's mostly tech sector level stuff. Obviously, go out and work a manual labor job. You can't do the work from home. And I remember there was a South Park bit on that, which was hilarious. But
I haven't seen that one. I'll have to check that out. I'm a little bit behind on South Park now.
it's pretty funny. But you also have people that are kind of realizing, all right, if I got to put in 40 hours at work, I just want to do the 40 hours of work. That's the kind of person I am. If I need to do extra hours, I will do it. If there's like extreme reason to do it and I still get paid for the extra time, that's fine by me.
Right.
A couple of jobs I have worked though is like, yeah, we need you to work the extra hours.
Yeah, fuck no.
I don't. My argument was like you need to work the entire shift till everybody's done. And the only problem I had with that is that I didn't need the extra money.
Yeah.
I don't mind getting the overtime, but I didn't need it.
Yeah.
And everybody else I worked with was either divorced, had kids, or both.
Right.
And so that's why they were working so many extra hours, because they obviously needed to provide for their families, which I'm not going to knock people for providing for their families, but sometimes the circumstances were also these people had to pay alimony and a shit ton at that too. So
right.
Yeah, and I was not in that circumstance, so it's like, why do I have to put in the same amount of work as you, because when I'm not in the same situation as you guys? I know it's me being selfish. I'm not going to deny that, but it's also like I don't need to. I personally don't need to.
Yeah, well, and there's a lot more behind this too. You got to think about this. So Gen Z has walked into this world where I was actually watching a video this morning that crunched some of these numbers, but I suppose if you're in the workforce right now, in order to have enough money for retirement, for example, you would have to set aside 25% of your income, 25%, okay, for the next 18 years just to be able to retire. And that's if you start at 40, all right? But the Gen Z kids are basically being told, well, okay, they're being told by realtors and lenders a bunch of horse shit, which is really starting to irritate me, because I got a few of those in my my news feed, and they're like, this is the perfect time to buy because it's only going to get worse from here. Like, do you understand that if you actually did the numbers on that they're now telling you that you need to make a bare minimum of 6 figures in order to qualify for a fucking loan these days? It is not a good time to buy. Plus the interest rate, you might as well just go ahead and fucking plant that fucking house on your grave, because that's about the time you're going to stop paying for it. You know, like, God damn it.
You know what would be crazier is, I don't remember where I read it. It was something I read like 7 or 8 years ago. It is cheaper for you to go out to some place in the woods, chop down a bunch of trees, build your own log cabin, and if you get fined for it, it's still cheaper than paying for what they're offering you for a house. Yeah,
I believe that. Well, and that's another thing too, because you're talking about like starter homes. So you're looking at starter homes that should be, you know, $60K or something. They've got a bedroom, they got a kitchen, they got a toilet. That's what they got. They're like basically glorified apartments. They're going for like 200, 300 fucking K right now. Like, people can't fucking afford that. And then the other argument is, well, you're just living in a town where homes are too expensive. Like, yeah, so I'm supposed to move out to the middle of nowhere where there's no work either. That makes sense.
Yeah.
You know?
There is no such thing as a 2-bedroom house anymore.
No.
There's most states have changed the regulations because, oh God, the taxes on them, they get a shit ton of money for a bigger house. Yeah. They get a shit ton of money for that.
So you're being told all this shit, and it's like, you come into the workforce, why the fuck would it, and I get it, I really do. Why the fuck would I want to work and break my back and do all this shit when in reality I'm never going to be able to afford a home, I'm never going to be able to afford retirement, and that's what these kids are walking into, you know? Yeah. Oh, and then they were sold a lie, which again I have to play devil's advocate on that, because you were stupid enough to believe it. But a lot of these kids went to college and spent all their money there, and now they're up to their eyeballs in debt with student loan debt, which probably will never get paid back either. But fun fact, that comes out of your retirement, and you can't file for bankruptcy on student loan debt. It's all a fucking scam. But again, they walk into the real world knowing that, I had this wonderful degree that means shit, because they're hiring people that never went to college, and I'm on a waiting list somewhere. Yeah, it's like,
Yep.
it's all fucked up. Yeah, no wonder they don't want to work. I wouldn't want to work. I mean, I'll be honest with you. If I didn't have to, I probably would be sitting on a beach somewhere.
No, that's fair. And I think what we're looking at with generations to come is we're kind of seeing God, there was a story I read. We're kind of seeing a workplace contradiction.
Yeah.
There was a story I read also a couple years ago where there was a woman that went to a small fishing village in Mexico, and she saw the fishermen out there. They go out in the morning, they grab their haul, they get just enough for themselves, their family, and a couple of their friends, and a couple people they work with. They sell and they barter the fish for other materials, for food, for clothing, all that kind of stuff. And this one woman, and the story was this one woman goes up to one of the fishermen saying, "Oh, why are you only hauling in what you need? Why are you only hauling in so little?" Because the fisherman going, "Well, because I want to spend time with my family, my kids. We can have recreational time. I only have to go out and do this every morning. I go out for 3 hours. I pull my haul. For the rest of the day, I'm bartering, and then I have everything I need. By lunchtime, I can spend the rest of the day with my kids. I can relax, spend time with my wife, enjoy our culture."
Yeah.
And she's like, and you have the whole argument. Well, if you go out and haul as much as you can sell it not just to this town, but the next town over, and then you can be able to buy another fishing boat and hire more people on. And it's just like you're adding more and more work to it. And her argument was,
Right.
well, you can spend once you go all that and you build up this whole empire, then you'll be able to retire when you have enough money saved up. But the years it would take until these guys are in their 50s or 60s, and then they'd be able to do it when they're already fulfilling what they want to do. They get just enough to be able to provide for themselves, get what they need, and spend as much time with their families as they can. Versus what we have now is you have people that are working themselves to death to be able to have that opportunity to be able to spend time with their family. But that's when they are 1 foot in the grave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and the thing is this is all by design. You've got the child care that's so expensive now. The government's raising your children and indoctrinating them. Both parents in the household, married couples and all that, they both have to work. They've got no time for their kids or even to work on their own relationship or their own hobbies or their own goals.
Yep.
And it's by design. They put you in this trap where they keep you locked in and you can't escape. And then they sell you the fucking pipe dream of home ownership. Maybe it was at one point the American dream, but now it's become the American nightmare.
Well, I mean, what was it? I think it was Sandman that posted the American dream now is to be somebody, just to be a guy that gets your education and then moves to Southeast Asia and stays there for the rest of your life.
Right. Yeah, that's and that's not a very attainable dream. But
not really.
But yeah, it blows my mind. And you get these guys that just these boomer bosses. And I know I'm not trying to be a Gen Z guy here, but I do relate to them. I do. I can empathize with their feelings and their thoughts. And you got these fucking boomers that just refuse to fuck off into the sunset, still running these fucking money grubbing corporations, and they're telling you need to work harder. You need to put in more hours. You need to take on more responsibility. Okay, but the pay's not going up, and you're wanting me to stay longer. You're wanting me to take on more responsibilities for the same wage. No, and that's where that term "act my wage" comes from, and I totally get it. Yep. For instance, so I'm a contractor, right? What I'm doing right now, I pick up stuff, I drop stuff off. Well, I'll tell you the story because I really don't give a fuck because I can pick up another contract if it ever comes back to bite me in the ass. So I don't care. Okay. But my contractor, he says, in the next couple of months, right after I moved, by the way, and bought a new car that was more expensive because the interest rates went up and I had no choice because I do this for a living. So anyway, right after I moved to save money, and the motherfucker knows this, he says, well, at the end of the next month or so, you're going to lose 5 accounts. Okay? You're going to drive the same number of miles, but you're going to lose money because I lost an account with this person that took over this corporate buyout, but they're not going to have you as a driver for the route. They already have their own driver. All right, so you dropped the ball there. Yep. Here's the thing. So I lose money, about $9K a year. All right, this is why I empathize with them. and I'm picking up other contracts to make up for it, so it's no big deal. But I lose $9K a year doing this job, doing the same amount of miles every day. And then this motherfucker has the audacity to say, you could just drive up here earlier and pick up our other work, which, by the way, his other work is like picking up bullshit, 100 or 150 pounds worth of shit for $7, which is already a joke, to drive that across fucking town in the middle of Denver, like downtown. So, yeah, no. So you want me to drive 100 fucking miles earlier in the morning to do a bunch of shit work to maybe make an extra 24 to 36 bucks before my route starts to make up for the $9K a year I lost? Are you fucking out of your mind?
Yeah.
So my mentality from there is, again, it's that quiet quitting. Like, you know what? I'm going to do the bare minimum, and then I'm going to fuck off and live my life, because fuck you, buddy. You took money off my table and then want me to work harder to make up for it. Like, how about you make up for the contracts you lost sitting on your fucking thumbs with them up your ass? That's something you could have done.
And that's mostly not being able to talk to people. I guarantee they didn't bother negotiating or had an intermediary for that kind of stuff. No.
So it was a corporate buyout, but the thing is he has a contract with who bought him out and didn't bother to pick up the contract. And his answer is no one picked up the phone. Really? Did you maybe call more than once, or did you just leave one message and think that was going to work? So I'll be honest.
Phone call, text, and email, and have it all documented.
Yeah. Yep. And so I'll be honest. I contacted him myself, so I'm going to work on seeing how that works out. We'll see. Just cut out the fucking middleman. But yeah, no, that's one of the things lately. That's why I relate to these kids, because like you want them to work all these fucking hours and have all these fucking responsibilities, but pay them jack shit to where they can't even afford rent, let alone home ownership.
Yeah.
So I totally get it. And let's not kid ourselves. It's not just the fucking kids. People my age, people older than me. The cost of groceries, the cost of gas. I put fucking $50 a day. In mine. It's coming down a little bit, but I'm sure it's not going to be for long. But the cost of gas is so expensive. A couple years ago, I'd fill the same tank for $20. Groceries in 2005, I could fill up a cart, overload a fucking cart for $200. Now, $200 gets me maybe 10 items. That's it. It's crazy. Yeah. So everybody's feeling it. And again, you get told, well, just work harder. Like, for what? For what? For the fucking $200, maybe some eggs, a loaf of bread, a couple bags of potato chips, and a frozen pizza. That's what I'm working harder for. Like, fuck off.
Yeah. No. It's getting pretty messed up. And then, that's just stuff you get stuff that's already pre-made, I'm guessing.
No. So I'm doing keto. So I have to get like steaks, and I have to get chicken, all that stuff. I do a lot of smoking meat, and then a lot of salads. No pre-made stuff, because you don't know what the fuck's in that. So I got to do a lot of homemade stuff now.
Yeah. I don't go with any of the pre-made stuff. I usually just go veggies. I try to go non-GMO. I usually get chicken, and I pretty much my staple food I have is like a teriyaki chicken bowl.
Yeah,
but
right?
it's a full meal into itself, and it's usually all I need. So, but
heck yeah.
Yeah.
We got Alex Tino backstage. I wanted to get him in really quick as well. I'm sure he's been waiting patiently, and I don't know how long, so we'll go ahead and add him to the show. All right. Welcome, Alex. How you doing?
Very good. How are you, Rhino?
I am doing good. How about you?
Yeah, I'm just heading back to work. I took the week. I will the usual, go out, because I'm a truck driver, so I, stay out about 4 to 6 weeks, go home for 10 days, then go back to work. Oh yeah. But anyway, going back to what you guys were talking about, why work hard. It's what people that fail to realize that. You can work hard, but guess one thing that's gotta be constant. That's gotta be your fucking taxes. All you're doing is become a tax slave for the system. You have all this women. I forget who posted it, but I saw a TikTok video about this bitch saying that maybe women shouldn't pay taxes. I'm like, oh hell no.
Yeah.
I'm like, welcome to the club, you taxpayer. You're not going back to the kitchen. You're gonna go to work.
Non-tax-paying citizens do not deserve the right to vote. Then take that
Yeah,
away.
repeal the 19th. Repeal the 19th. That's exactly it.
I'm not. I'm just talking about anybody that doesn't pay taxes. If you take more out of the system than you put in, you get your right to vote taken away, man or woman.
I can't disagree with that. Yeah.
Oh,
If you're living off the system instead of contributing to it.
Also. Well, yeah, I developed that belief at least 5 years ago. Like, look, if you live off of welfare, you don't contribute to the system, you don't get to vote.
Yep.
That's fucking simple.
And call me the radical in the group here, but I believe my tax money belongs in my fucking wallet, but that's just me.
Oh, I fully agree.
Yeah.
No, I totally agree. I totally agree. I mean, the way I look at it, it's like, if we need tax for anything, either we have, that flat, the sales tax, because, that's, the government collects money, a lot of money off of that just to fund everything, but, that they go and they, take our taxes when I say, 10%, that's it, doesn't matter. Everybody pays 10% regardless.
Yep.
Yeah.
Whether you make $1 million, you pay 10%. You make, was it $10,000, you still pay 10%. Doesn't matter. I'm just saying.
Now, see, I feel, and actually, oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
I think it's your turn,
Yeah,
Alex.
go ahead. I can barely hear you.
Oh no, I think there's a slight delay. So go ahead, man. You go ahead with what you're saying.
Oh yeah, like I was saying, 10%, but because if you think about it, where's all of our money going? Okay, so what that pissed me off is, I'll tell you on chat later what my job is, but it has to, as a truck driver, I drive team with another guy, and a lot of our jobs, has to do with the government, transporting government freight, and so, so basically we were out, a few days without work. Back in October, why? Because we didn't have a Speaker of the House, because because they didn't have the money to give funds to get us moving. So now we're out there sitting in Illinois doing jack shit. That pissed me off. When we could been at the house, okay, so we're not making money, might as well be at the house for it.
Yeah.
But they had money, hemorrhaging, going to Israel and Ukraine. Yeah. I'm like, okay, I feel sorry for that people, but they're not doing anything for me.
Yeah. Well, see, you're part of the, as Aaron Clary would put it, the 1099 master race, I'm sure, being a truck driver. And if you are 1099, you're all too familiar with how many dollars in taxes you pay at the end of the year. That's insulting. I might pay $6,000 to $10,000 in taxes at the end of the year just to know, is it going towards infrastructure? Is it going towards repairing the fucking roads? Is it going towards the fucking kids and their education? No. It's getting all pissed away in a fucking foreign country somewhere and shit that's none of our fucking business, or money laundering. There's that too.
Yeah, exactly. And then you got this things, like I live in Texas, right? So now you got a lot of the illegals coming over. I cannot feel it for them sometimes, not all the time. But my biggest problem is they fail to stop, the criminals that come along with them. That's really what pisses me off. But then they tell me, they depress wages. Cause I've seen it. When I got out of the army, I was like looking, while I was waiting for phone calls to get hired. I was like, what? I'm just gonna go, about a week or so work at a rock quarry. And I was looking at the work. I was like, man, they should be paying me at least a minimum of $18 an hour. Now they're paying $12 an hour across the board for the last 5 years. That's what they've been paying.
That ain't gonna pay the bills.
With that. No, exactly. It ain't not even in Texas. And I got lucky because I bought my house at there in Killeen, right where Fort Hood is at. I bought it for $99,500. It's a three-bedroom house. Decent neighborhood. Everything. Now, the next door has the one next to me, and one right behind me. They sold this year, and they sold about $200,000. 220, 215. That's how insane it's gone. I was like, damn, I got lucky,
Yeah.
'cause I bought it and I paid it off, and now I'm paying like $2,300 in taxes a year.
Right. Well, and that's something else stupid. So as far as taxes go, you shouldn't be paying taxes on shit you own. So, for example, property tax,
Yeah.
vehicle registration every fucking year. Like, it's absolutely absurd that you outright own your home. You own the property the home's on. You own your vehicle, but yet every fucking year you got to pay anyway. Like, the system's so fucked up. I don't know how everybody can't see it for what it is. I mean, everybody in our community probably can, but you're being extorted out of your fucking money. Oh, and that whole tax thing. There isn't a federal law in the book. You have to even pay the taxes. But if you don't pay your voluntary tax, there are men with guns that come to your door and say, hey, buddy, you're coming with us. If you don't like that, well, then they put you in a body bag. So much for voluntary, right? But it's so fucked up. Like, every goddamn thing has a fucking fee attached to it, and that is taxation without representation.
Exactly. Oh, that's another thing that really gets me. Another one. You decide to live in a foreign country. It works for
He's roboting on us a little bit, I think.
Yep.
you're paying to that other country, because even though I gave up my U.S. citizenship after I joined the army back in 2006, after 3 years, I took an oath and became a U.S. citizen. And so one thing I did know, Mexico does not really, and I don't care, like they still kept me in the books as a citizen. It's not like I went and renounced it formally. But what I'm saying is that, Mexico, this country, they don't force us to pay, even if we live outside the country, they don't force us to pay, taxes. Because they'll get more through remittance or whatever. I mean, I don't send any because I don't have that much family down there. Anyways, so what I'm saying is that in the U.S., you just have to go back to Mexico, start a business down there. You also want to get paid. Uncles?
So you're essentially saying the tax system in Mexico is
taxation without representation.
Yeah. So you're essentially saying the tax system in Mexico is more fair than it is in the United States.
I would pay tax to Mexico.
Oh, it's even more. What's
not necessarily. They got their own. It is more messed up. Like, for example, my brother-in-law, he they have their own dump truck companies, but all the money that came into the bank that got paid in the bank, they couldn't spend it. They couldn't spend it on anything, even though it was their money. It had to be a business expense. So basically, what they had to do is they would go buy extra tires, oil, fuel, and sell it on the side, so that way they could report it that they bought it for the business, and then they would turn around and buy and sell all that crap, on the side, outside of the street, just to have cash on hand.
I get you.
Yeah.
So you got to be a little slick in order to pull that off.
Exactly. It's like everywhere. Every fucking government wants to get paid. Everyone.
Yeah.
Oh, what's really bad
we've got. I'm gonna just cut you off real quick, and then I'll let you continue your point. But we got Crusader Nate backstage, so I'm gonna go ahead and bring him in as well. Stand by. All right, and there we go. Crusader, how you going? How's it going, man?
Well, living the dream, you know me. My afternoon appointments all got canceled and or pushed off until I don't know when. So that's not good.
That's not good at all.
No. A lot of stuff I do. Like you guys were talking about it before. I was an independent contractor, so I still am. And a lot of the stuff I've been doing, probably 60% of my projects for the end of this year have all been canceled already due to financials. So that's no good. Yeah, Alex, if you want to go ahead and continue what you're talking about, you guys can, continue on that. Rhino, if you want, I can kind of monitor the backstage and stuff while you're keeping the wheels pointed forward.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, man. Actually, biggest thing I could have help with today, just so this doesn't accidentally get closed out. If you see anything on MGTOW or Rumble that are super chats, just let me know so we can get those read. That's the biggest thing today.
Okay. Yeah, I'll pull up
So-
Rumble and MGTOW.
All right, man. I appreciate you so much for that. Cliff, you had a point you were going to make. Hopefully, you still have it in the back of your head there.
Yeah, I still got it. Well, one of the other big issues we have is with taxes nowadays is you have the local citizens that are getting screwed out of everything, and then you have everybody else that's at higher tier. It's not just that they can hide away their money, but one other big gripe I have, like you were talking about, Alex, was you have people that have better tax, I guess, programs or a better setup in Mexico. Well, is it partly because some of those people are putting their money into other countries outside of Mexico? Because the one thing I always see with the people that can always pay the least amount of taxes is because they have dual citizenship and they put their money in another country, and they always pay on the bare minimum in the U.S. And if they're ever audited, it's like, well, I don't have this money here. You can't prove I got it, and they have it all stashed in a bank in another country. Yeah, which what do you think is happening with yeah. Which, I mean, what do you think Ukraine is, in my opinion?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Ukraine right now is just a big money laundering operation, because some people are getting, paid back some of that money that left our country, went there, and someone's coming back, but not to the country, it's coming back to somebody else's pocket, not ours. Yeah, I want some of it, but, it ain't gonna happen.
Yeah.
Yep.
And guys, I am keeping an eye on the chats on the YouTube side. At least I can see those on the side of my screen there. But obviously, for the sake of safety, I am not currently reading those. But if there are any super chats, I will make sure to read those on the break as well. So don't feel like you're being left out. We will get to those if there are any.
Yep.
All right.
Let's see.
Oh, by the way, the link to join is in the description of the YouTube video, as well as pinned comment on the YouTube live chat. And if you're a member of Gilded, I have posted the link to join there as well. We still have room for a few more if you are interested in joining. So don't be shy. Jump on in if you want to.
Well, I'm just gonna jump back out because I'm about to get to the company yard where I leave my pickup and get on the truck and get on the road. So I'll just be watching.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right, sounds good, man.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming in, by the way.
Yep, no problem, man. Thank you for having me. I'll see you guys later on the chat. But,
All right.
yep.
Yep. Well, I caught a little bit of what you guys were talking about earlier. And I'm a Gen Xer. I'm in my 40s. When I was in my late teens, early 20s, I worked 2 full-time jobs and a part-time job. I busted my butt. I worked from a low skill entry level position up to a higher skilled trade, up to a position where I needed to have a basis and a foundation of knowledge that made me valuable to work and made me a sought after employee. When I got out of college, I came out of college, just with the expectation of being able to hold a $50,000-$60,000 a year job, which at that point in time was median household income, which really wasn't that difficult to do. Now I have some family members that are Gen Z that have completed college in the last year or two, and they're coming out turning down jobs that are paying $70,000, $80,000, $90,000 a year, saying, well, I need to earn $100,000.
Shit.
Okay. You don't need to earn $100,000. You've been conditioned to think that's what you are entitled to be earning.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a research study done in 2003 by Dr. Stuart Brown. He was actually hired by NASA and JPL, Jet Propulsion Lab, out of California. What they were doing is they were having a problem with hiring interns during like summer and trying to get people in the last year or two of college that were engineering students that can work with JPL and be the next phase kind of apprentice style of people coming in. And what they were learning is that the students who worked manual labor jobs, concrete, carpentry, plumbing, whatever it may be, something physical, landscaping, land maintenance, property maintenance, something like that, they had faster turnaround times on problem solving. They had better problem solving skills and capabilities. They were also better for thinking outside the box. They were individuals that can solve problems that didn't have to be told what they should and shouldn't do. And that's when in 2003 is when NASA and JPL changed the priorities for the interns that they hire. In order to get an internship through NASA, you need to have X number of years of working some kind of a physical labor or manual labor kind of a job, or had some community involvement or something where you've actually done some problem solving and working with your hands and have some kind of a skill set, other than being the 4.0 student, the tech nerd that sat in a room and never did anything with your life.
Right. Now I'm gonna jump in on you really quick because I did mention, I don't know if you were here for this part, but essentially even the real estate market is admitting that you need to make $100K a year even if you're trying to get into a starter home. So there is some truth behind that. Now I'm not totally arguing with you. But Riggs Jr., I do see this in the chat here. With the cost of houses and vehicles, 100K seems to be the minimum to have those items. He is actually absolutely right the way we're going right now. And, the big three companies that make vehicles in this country are no longer interested in making affordable vehicles. I mean, they're starting off trucks at like 80K right now. And that's before you have the 18% interest rate that you'll be paying for the next 7 years, if you're lucky. But the thing is, I understand exactly what you're saying. So I don't expect anybody to be making 100K if they can't even, for example, they want to be a mechanic, but they can't change oil, right? I'm giving you a really stupid example, but that's essentially what I'm trying to say. If you have no skills in the real world and you can't fucking do anything, like you don't know how to fucking, I don't know, basic shit around the house, change out a fuse, or, clean out your garbage disposal when it gets clogged, or I don't know, change a light bulb. If you don't have any real world skills, you shouldn't be expecting 100 fucking K. But I will also argue you don't need a college education to learn real world skills. As a matter of fact, you're probably going to learn those a lot better starting off at 18 doing real fucking work.
Right. And that, a lot of the people, being a contractor, I've gone out and I've looked for the, 17, 18, 19, 20-year-old, college kids. I'm like, hey, you have summers off. You work with me. I'll teach you everything I know. You will be able, in 20 years, you will be able to fix and build anything your heart desires. You'll be able to repair just about anything under the sun. And it's going to save you money in the long run. And, okay, in the summertime, I pull, long, anywhere from 10 to 16-hour days. But usually when it gets colder this time of year, my days usually taper off earlier. But, dude, a lot of these guys, it's like very simple stuff. And they have no motivation, no drive. And it's like, look, all I need you to do is to, haul pipe and just, I'll give you a measurement, cut a piece of pipe to what I need, and just keep handing me fittings, handing me stuff that I need. Once I know you know the fittings, you understand the tools, you understand what things are needed, I will start to teach you how to do the work and repair and how to make things and fabricate things on your own.
Right.
But I can't.
Also,
I can't get a kid that can last. I can't get a kid to last a freaking week.
Yeah. Well, I also want to point out, like I said, I empathize with them, and I get it with how fucked up the economy is, the cost of groceries, the cost of gas, the cost of housing, the cost of rent, cost of everything. I get it. Why the fuck would you want to work when you can't even afford any of it anymore? I do get it. But I also want to point out that I'm not totally on board with this whole fucking lazy piece of shit mentality where I just don't want to work at all but still get paid. Look, I started working at 12 years old. My parents were business owners. They owned a wholesale floral company, which means it wasn't the fun decorating crap that you do at fucking Hobby Lobby, whatever. I'm talking about, unloading fucking semi trucks at 4 a.m, processing flowers until noon on a day off on Sunday, when all the other kids are out playing. I started working at 12. So I learned the value of work. Did I fucking enjoy it? No, I was 12 years old. but
Right.
I learned the value of it. I got a check, and you know what was really cool? I got to spend that check on shit I wanted, like new fucking CDs that came out, or whatever junk I wanted. But it was money. I earned it, and I realized the value of it. So I did start working early. I do understand the value of work. I mean, I'm out here working today. I'm not fucking sitting at home, fucking streaming from home. I'm out here busting my ass, But that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. Like I do get it. I do get it. You need the work, but there should also be something, of value at the end to compensate you. You should be able to afford a house.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
yeah, you're right. But it sounds like you're cutting out, Rhino. I don't know if you're where you're at the fuel station, if that's giving you some interference or what. But I mean, you guys have a point. Now, should John Doe or John Smith, 18 years, never cut grass, never raked leaves, never shoveled snow, never went out and did anything, got a $50 a week or $100 a week allowance from his parents, that never went out and worked, never worked a fast food position, never worked as a waiter, never literally did anything other than what mommy and daddy told him to do at home. Should that kid go to college, get a degree in, let's say, communications? Is he entitled to $100,000 a year right out of the gate?
Oh,
No
hell no.
experience, never
Hell
worked a
no.
day in his life, has no idea other than having to go to school, never did his own laundry, never. I mean that no. Is $100,000 a year a living wage now? In some areas, yes, it is. In most areas, it probably is. Is that kid entitled to that living wage, so to speak, because he wants to live in a certain area where his family is? No, I don't
No.
think so.
And the problem is with that kid, though, is like you're talking, Nate, Crusader, is the fact that
Yeah.
he didn't go out and do anything, and he was just given money. He just thinks he's going to be given something right off the bat. Actually, you got to think there is some fault with the parents there. They
There is.
kind of allowed. They created that environment.
Yeah, they
And-
did.
Yeah. It's actually kind of funny with what Rhino was saying, is that his parents worked at a wholesale flower shop. The funny part is my parents worked at a flower shop too. I remember having to spend a lot of my days of my summer having to drive my dad 3 hours to a wholesale place to go pick up the new inventory and have to drive all the way back. I remember having to go in and do corsages and boutonnieres for my own high school's formal events.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I got paid jacked. What though? The one benefit I did get out of that is I learned how to count change by the time I was 3, which was kind of fun. But
Yeah. Well,
you
most
also
people
have
can't
a
do
lot-
that now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it annoys the crap out of any of the people that work a register. I can tell them the exact change like before they even ring up the charge for me. But
Yeah.
you also have a lot of these kids that they want to have the prestige of having knowledge,
Right.
but not applying it. It's basically a modern day version of a know-it-all. It's
Yeah.
just they're lazier now instead of actually.
Yeah.
They don't have any way of. They're arrogant, but they don't have, and they have nothing to show for that. At least arrogant people, really arrogant people actually have. They actually show you their skill set, which is why they're arrogant. These are just snobbish people, really, nowadays.
Yeah. And, Cliff, like, I grew up, my dad was in finance. My dad started 2 different banks from the ground up. My dad started investment firms from the ground up. But at the age of 10, I was out cutting grass. I was raking leaves. I was shoveling snow. But my old man, instilled some of the stuff in me that a lot of the other guys that had kids, and there was a couple of guys older guys my dad's age that were in the neighborhood that had girls only. Well, I was basically instructed by my father that so and so travels, he's not home, he's got nothing but women at home.
Mm-hmm.
As part of a community, you do the right thing and you take care of the snow, you take care of the leaves, you take care of these things so your community looks
Yep.
good.
Yep. You
And
do that to be a good neighbor, and
Yes. And that got instilled into me at a very young age.
Yeah.
Did I get paid for doing it? No.
You guys You guys want to hear something crazy? Check this out.
Go ahead.
They are doing the emergency broadcast out here. I don't know if you can hear it.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if it came through.
What?
Caught the
What's
tail
going
end
on?
of it, yeah.
I think it's a test, but it's every time they do it, it's Silent Hill sound and shit. But they're definitely amping up doing these tests lately.
Yeah. Where I live, we have the old air raid sirens still. They always sound them at noon every day, regardless.
Yeah,
They've been doing that since I've been a kid.
it's a little unusual out here to hear these.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
lived in the Southwest for a while, so I kind of know what it's like there. I mean, they don't really do that like they do in the Midwest. So, but yeah, I mean,
Right.
I understand that in order to have, to live on your own, to do your own, to be stable and independent, you have to make X number of dollars. That I understand. Now, am I going to expect an 18 to 22 or 23-year-old individual to pay for their own apartment, pay for their own car, cover all their own bills, and have a nice, 2-bedroom apartment? One is theirs, a spare room as a guest room. Do I expect them to be able to do that? No, I don't. I mean, when I was 18, 19 years old, yeah, I had a roommate. I had a roommate until I was almost 25. But yeah, it is what it is. I mean, I'm not expecting somebody to do that. But then again, I mean, a lot of the people in my community, where I live, I'm seeing the 20 to 23 or 24-year-old individuals. They expect to be moving into a 3-bedroom luxury apartment facility that's $4,000 a month. Secured lobbies, workout facilities, indoor heated pools. Like,
Yeah.
they're expecting to maintain that level of lifestyle.
That ain't how shit works.
No.
Right. And that's to be able to DoorDash 4 or 5 days a week. That's just not right. I mean, your level of expectation for the way life is way off the skew. I mean, it's just nowhere near the mark, nowhere near where it needs to be.
Yeah.
I mean, I think my first apartment was like 480 square foot. It was tiny, and it was a tiny little 2-bedroom. It was like a tiny little kitchen and 2 bedrooms and a tiny little itty bitty living room. I mean, it was small. But yeah, I mean, did I make it work? Yeah, I had to. I didn't have much of a choice. But the other thing is yeah, I worked my way up. I started working in a lumber yard, and I got out of working in a lumber yard. I went into EMS. I got out of EMS, and I went to a defense contractor. I went from a defense contractor, to working my way up. I constantly looked to advance. I mean, I didn't figure I was going to work like 7 to 3 or 8 to 4 or 9 to 5 and going to be able to afford a $4,000 a month apartment. I mean, that's just the level of delusion is absolutely palpable. Where in situations like that, it's like, a lot of these people think that they're going to come out of high school barely knowing the bare minimum, having never worked in a coffee shop, never worked as a delivery driver, never delivered pizzas, never worked in a fast food place. Like, they don't know the level of expectation needed. And I wholeheartedly put that blame on the parents,
Yep.
because the parents' job is to get the kid ready to be out in the real world. And what I didn't start making six figures until I was early 30s. And the other thing is, a lot of businesses, and I'm usually around this time of year, I start looking to, quit working for myself and go work a 9 to 5 in an office somewhere, because I absolutely hate having to scramble for work at the end of the year. But, a lot of guys are right. Like, Rhino, my background in research.
Mm-hmm.
Cliff, a little bit about my background in research.
Mm-hmm.
I've been approached by a couple of recruiters that want me to be a research writer and a research analyst, and they're like, "Well, we'll start you at like 38.5." I'm like, "You want to finance the rest? You want somebody with a master's degree, 5 to 7 plus years of experience in research,
Yeah.
and you're offering less than Home Depot."
Yeah.
They have champagne taste and a beer bottle budget, and it's absolutely asinine. And I just usually laugh at them as I walk out of the office if I'm even there, or I just usually hang up on them if they call me.
Right.
They're like, "Oh, we got disconnected." I'm like, "No, I hung up because you're not even remotely serious."
Yeah.
If you're gonna want somebody with a master's degree, 5 to 7 years of experience minimum in a field, you've already put yourself above the $30 an hour mark.
Mm-hmm.
Bare minimum, no matter what line of work it is, you're already above, you're already into that 60K a year range. Just not, if you want a master's degree and 5 to 7 years of experience, a master's degree is going to cost you roughly about $60,000 to $80,000. It take roughly 18 to about 26 months to achieve. So you're not going to find, and most people are going to have to take student loans in order to get that. So there is a level of delusion on both ends, on the employer end and on the employee aspect of that. And on the younger adults, the younger millennials, the Gen Z, I mean, the parents are mostly to blame for these young individuals thinking, okay, I completed high school, I deserve $100,000 a year so I can live in, this lifestyle and get a new car every 2 years. No, you're about as delusional as a 45-year-old woman thinking she's going to settle down and have kids and marry a millionaire.
Yeah.
It's the same level of delusion.
Well, it sounds like it's a major disparagement of maturity level amongst the generations. If I can play devil's advocate, the one issue with parents not being able to set up their kids for success, or at least to give them a good dose of reality before they go out into society once they become an adult, is that partly because the parents aren't home to be able to make sure that kid is properly nurtured or be able to teach them the skill set because they have to have a dual income to make sure they can provide for their kids? It's kind of like the Ouroboros. It's the snake eating its own tail.
It is a little bit. It is a little bit of that, but like I said, I mean, my mom worked full time. My dad worked full time. But even though both my parents worked, I was given responsibility as a teenager, as a kid. I mean, I don't know how many people I see now that they have a 13 to 18-year-old kid living at home who goes to school, barely is able to graduate, gets home from school, has a snack, plays video games until mom and dad come home.
Yep.
Mom or dad makes dinner, and the kid plays video games until he's ready to pass out, then barely, struggles to get through their homework.
Yeah.
That you need to have some boundaries, you need to have some structure and stuff like that. I'm not saying completely remove it, but make it more as a reward or something for downtime.
Yep.
Not your entire existence. Kids nowadays, like they have no understanding of delayed gratification on anything.
Yep.
They have no idea what it means to work for something.
There are some excellent chats, by the way. Just jumping in on you guys really quick. G-Ski, the young men want 100K because the girls, that sounds like an Aaron Clary line there, demand make 100K minimum. Triple X, our parents bought houses for 40K. Today, the average is 410K. There also is one from Miss Anthrop. I'm going to fucking butcher that. Misanthropic Altruist. There you go. Boomers and Gen X need to stop shitting on young people when only a marginal section of those young people are even on their radar. Gen X is barely getting into their own. He follows that up with, I'll shit on half of the millennials with y'all, but there's another half that ain't on the dumb shit. And you're right. Like I said, I'm out here doing this thing called work. It's I'm a millennial. I identify as a Gen X, but I'm a millennial. By the way, we are going to go to a short break here, really quick. Just I want to break things up a little bit. We're going to get back into this. I absolutely am enjoying this conversation, and I think there's a lot more to be said. But we're just going to break it up a little break because I've got fancy buttons and I can do that sort of thing. So I'm going to do a song by Jeffrey Paul. He did a cover of a Cars song a couple weeks back, maybe a month ago now. So we'll go ahead and play that really quick, and then we'll get back into this conversation on the other side. We will see you in about 4 minutes and 30 seconds, to be exact.
All right, and we're back.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Paul. Jeffrey Paul. Great work, dude. Always great to see you in the chat, and the work you do is amazing. I just have to say that every time you put one of his videos up.
Heck yeah, man. That's why I actually reverted back to his jam as our intro. There's nothing wrong with the 80s vibe synthwave thing we had going on there, but Jeffrey put like a month worth of work at least into the tune for the show, and I want to do it justice. So it is now our intro again with the 80s backdrop. Yeah. So
yeah.
Really good stuff.
Oh, by the way, welcome Brandon to the show. Brandon Trueblood is with us.
Brandon.
Somebody didn't do a stream today, so I decided I'd do one over here.
Well, I think it's a great thing, man. People need a place to hang out.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I might do this when you take your breaks. I'll jump in and do it on my side. That way guys can join in and shoot the shit. I like it.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Yeah,
the way
definitely.
things should be.
Yeah,
Well,
let's keep
do your
a
job.
schedule of that going, so I can make
Oh,
sure
yeah.
I can have the afternoons free.
Oh, fuck your scheduling. We're not that organized. Come on.
Hey man.
I'm that OCD organized guy.
Take all the fun out of it.
I try to be organized somewhat. Yeah. Like
Dude,
about
Rhino,
30
how
minutes
long have
before
I
the
known
show.
you? Here, I thought we were going to be talking about the truth here, not BSing people.
Hey man, I followed it up. All right, we were where were we? Where were we before I cut you off though?
I actually was just skimming through the chats. And I saw somebody put something up and kind of skipped past. I didn't have a chance to put it up during the video.
Okay.
Somebody was talking about, addressing the real issue of the problem, and what are young men working for? What's the motivation for young men to do this if they can't
Saint
have the
Troglodyte.
house?
Yeah.
I kind of caught a piece of that. Well, I'll tell you right now. Anybody who believes the myth of the wife, the two kids, the dog, the white picket fence, believing that is about as naive and idiotic as women believing they're going to find their prince charming and live happily ever after. That's the fairy tale sold to young men. Unfortunately, that's not true. Good, bad, or indifferent, I'll just put it out there like it is, because I was sold that same bill of goods as a young man, and obviously it took until my early 20s to realize that that's not actually the way things work in this world. So
Yeah, unfortunately, that's true.
I mean, there has to be guys like us, Brandon, Cliff. We have to be, part of the community, Pop and a few others that have, way more subscribers than what we have, that are, out there trying to tell young men the truth. What you need to do is learn to live for you. Don't look for external validation of getting having a wife and kids and the white picket fence, the house, the dog. No, man, that's not going to make you happy.
Yeah.
No.
It's interesting you bring that up. I just wanted to point out, channels with far more viewers than like my channel's pretty small, but it bothers me and me. Yeah. Fuck off. Blake and Jimmy and I were discussing this morning. Unfortunately, the scumbags in the red pill community seem to be getting all the attention. So here's an example. Blake sent this to me this morning. I'm not going to play it on here. I'll just explain it to you. Donovan Shart did a red pill wedding video. If you haven't seen that, it's a gem. And by gem, I mean it's a disaster. And it's like one of those shitty seminars. You ever heard of Kirby Vacuums by chance?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Door-to-door
I've-
salesman.
I worked for him for like a week or two. And Donovan's little wedding ceremony he did there reminded me of the introduction into Kirby Vacuums, or just any shitty seminar you go to where they're trying to sell you some product or pyramid scheme. That's how it looked.
Yeah.
All right, and it was like 30 minutes of him talking himself up and talking down on the girl that he's Devin, whatever, that's her fake name. But then we were talking about like scumbags like him, who, by the way, don't pay their debts back to other creators. I'm not going to name names here, but you already know some of you. They're the ones that get seen by the guys coming into this community, which is bullshit. And you know who was in the second row at their wedding? Just going to point this out, and I'm sure Brandon, you'll have something to say about this. Just Pearly Things was in their second row at the wedding, or the farce of a wedding.
Yeah. Yeah. There's something serious needs to happen within the community. I mean, there's a lot of people like him and other people out there trying to force other people into their opinion and their box and their lifestyle. Rhino, what works for you isn't going to work for me. What works for me isn't going to work for Cliff. What works for Cliff isn't going to work for any of us. And same with Brandon. We all have a different perspective on things. Some people would love to have their own tropical island in the middle of nowhere. Some people would rather have a small cabin in the middle of the mountains with a pond in their backyard. I mean, everybody's ideal of happiness is completely different. So when people start looking at directing and pushing other people into their ideal situation, they're doing nothing more than showing their own insecurities.
Yeah.
Do what works for you. I mean, do what makes you happy. When my day and time comes, am I going to have to answer for other people who looked at the way I live and what I do and my skill set? Am I going to have to answer for what the people who follow me? No, I got to answer for what I've done myself. Do I have to answer for anybody else's thing of what they've done? No, they have to answer for themselves. They need to find their own peace.
Yeah. Well, and what my point was going back to that is, first of all, it's very disingenuous where Donovan talks about all this bullshit. Don't date single mothers, don't marry, don't cohabitate, all that shit. And then he goes and marries a single mother and cohabitates with her and her daughter, but doesn't mention her daughter and doesn't mention their real names or how many millions of dollars they've conned out of people over the years. But that's besides the point. I find it very fucked up that those are the faces of the red pill community. And when you see it, it's going to discourage a lot of men. They come in and they see this bullshit, and that's what they think MGTOW red pill is, when that's an absolute farce.
But she's a 10, Rhino. She's a 10.
Yeah. Shit.
Well, part of it is because they're doing the flash in the pan kind of presentation of it too. It's like they're doing all the fire and brimstone, and in the actual theatrics of it, that's what gets people's attention. When in fact, if you're just trying to pass sage advice to people, you don't need to do all that kind of stuff. You just kind of need to sit down, talk to them. If you really need to get emphasis on a key point, you add a little bit more passion behind your words, and then people will understand. You don't need to do all the crazy graphics and all the other fun stuff that Donovan Sharp, I know he does, or all the sound effects. No, you just talk, all right? And then you can add that later on, but he's just always doing that now.
Well, the issue is if you're talking about the truth or the real issues in this community, you're buried in the algorithm. Nobody ever sees you. But if you're putting on a fucking Jerry Springer show for everybody, you're highlighted in this community. That's done intentionally by the algorithm, by the way. But it's sad. It's fucking sad because a lot of guys will never see Brandon's content or my content or fucking MGTOW Outlaws content because it's buried. But if Fresh and Fit get on, a million people are going to see them just as soon as they go live. And it's disingenuous. These guys are talking about messages that are not, like you said, they're not going to work for everybody.
Yeah, well, we got a super chat on Rumble from Dear Sarge. Caught the first hour and a half, but need to bail now. Teamwork, bitches. So, here we go.
Hell yeah. Well, right on. Thank you.
Yep. So, see that one there. It's a little late on that, but I haven't seen anything on MGTOW come up yet. But,
okay.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's teamwork. I mean, we all come from different walks of life. We all have different backgrounds and different trainings. And we all have different likes and interests. I mean, what's going to work for me would probably drive Rhino straight up a wall and right across the ceiling.
Yeah.
What I like about this format that Rhino's doing right now is you don't have to plan anything. You just get on, you put the link out there, you let whoever come in, and there's your show. Whoever comes to show up and talk, they talk. If not, you get to see a man out doing a job that's thankless, but it makes him money. It's not a career, it's just a job, and you just go do your job, and that's adulting. There you go.
Yeah. And Brandon, you're right about that. I'm just speaking from my own perspective because I've been dubbed the co-host evil genius. So usually when Rhino's doing stuff like this, it's kind of helpful for him to have me watching chats and bringing people on, and
he is my American version of Hemi, but unfortunately,
Sober.
he's not always available. That's the thing.
Yeah. But he's sober, so
hey, that's a plus.
90% of the
Hemi's
time.
absolutely fantastic, and he does so much for my stream.
Hell yeah. By the way, speaking of formats like this, before we move on to the next topic, if you want to see more content like this on a daily basis, be sure to subscribe over at Brandon Trueblood on YouTube. It is absolutely worth it. A lot of good guys on there, and you'll see a lot of faces you recognize over here there as well. And the discussion is completely open. It changes day to day, and sometimes it might be serious, sometimes it might be all fun and games. There is a game that they play over there that I highly recommend checking out. I'll let you find out over there. I'm not going to spoil it for you, but there is a game that involves what Brandon does for a living. So it's always fun to play. So you stop by over there, subscribe. He should be live tomorrow, yeah?
Yeah, I'm going to be live in the afternoon tomorrow.
Excellent.
I've got
All right.
Load picking up out of here in Joplin and deliver the following morning in Dallas. So it's going to be an excellent stream.
All right. Well, if you guys are available tomorrow, then go check him out for sure. All right. On that note, we will jump back into the meat and potatoes here.
But one more thing is, I'm about out of my battery's about dead, so I'm going to bounce out. Just keep up the great work, man, and see if you can figure out how we could simulcast this, and that way you'd be able to collect your shekels, and I'll just be driving anyways.
Yeah, I think we could do a simulcast. I've done it with Pop. You've probably seen those episodes, the paranormal, and then the Daily Wire talking shit about their anti-red pill crap. But yeah, there is a way to simulcast. So we'll definitely talk about that more.
All right, catch you later. Bye bye.
Take care, Brandon.
All right, nice to meet you, Brandon.
All right, you have a good one.
Yeah, Cliff, you're kind of we were all the new guy in the community, and you're definitely kind of the newer guy with us here now, which is awesome. It's great to have new personalities and new perspectives brought in. So thanks for being here, man.
Hell yeah.
It's nice being here. At least the hazing ritual isn't that bad. I don't have to go see a therapist.
Oh, wait a second. Come back Friday. We'll fix that.
Yeah, I don't know how to tell you this, Cliff. You haven't reached the phasing period yet. You're just going through introductions now.
Oh, I'm still an initiate. Okay, gotcha.
That's right.
Yeah. I mean, you see what we do to Billy. You see what we do to Outlaw. You see what we do to Sean. You see what we do. I mean, a little bit of what we do to Rhino.
Fuck off.
That's fair. Oh yeah. I've seen the stuff written in the guild chat. It is scathing.
Oh yeah, but that's the one thing. It's like it's almost like a brother from another mother. It's like a brotherhood among us. Like we all know we can all tease each other, razz each other, rile each other up a little bit, just to kind of make light of situations and things.
Oh yeah.
And that's kind of one thing missing within society. There were always places, as far as we know, in society where men had their spaces to tease and razz and joke with one another, and that's what this has become an online community for.
Hell yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and we do it our own way.
All right, I'm going to challenge you here, Crusader. It looks like St. Troglodyte is still in the chat, still asking questions. He said, you're still not giving a reason. Until you do, what's happening is going to get worse. Hard truth.
Well, that's well, I can take and run with that if you want.
Sure.
If one man has to give another man a reason to live, the man looking for the reason to live still has some self-exploration and internal searching to find out what brings him peace. Part of life is finding out what brings you peace. There's a lot of different ways you can look at this. You can look at, if someone's going to look to me for peace, my peace and their peace are going to be completely different. My peace and Brandon's peace are completely different. Cliff and I, we may have some similar interests, but what brings either one of us peace is going to be completely different. So, in order to find a reason that for me to live and to go on and to do what I do is going to be much different than anybody else.
Well, I think more specifically, he wants to know why the younger generation, what reason they have to work harder, you know, and I'm just playing devil's advocate because I understand where he's coming from. Like, if you're being told that you're never going to be able to afford retirement, there's not going to be Social Security for that generation, more than likely. Probably not for mine either.
Yeah.
You're never going to own a home, that you're going to eat bugs, own nothing, and be happy. Then what the fuck would anybody want to work hard for?
Well, all of us on this panel and or listening to this live stream live and or in the future when this has been recorded, you can't tell me you can't tell me
stealing my lines now.
No. I'm going somewhere with this.
All right.
Unlike you, I have a point. I was kidding. Just
Fuck off. That's it. No more live shows.
No, we all have that defiant little 4 or 5 year old kid inside of us. Whether he's wearing a Batman t-shirt, a Superman t-shirt, or whatever he's wearing, he's giving the world the finger. I'm going to do my own thing. I'm going to be my own person. I'm going to live my way. Why did we stop being... What? We all have that little 4 or 5 year old kid inside of us still.
Yeah,
Well,
I still act like it too.
yeah, more, sometimes more often than not, but... And we have to admit that 4 or 5 year old kid that's going to give the world the finger, that kid always wants something different. You can't...
No.
You give that one kid a Snickers bar, the next kid a Butterfinger bar, the next kid a Three Musketeers, whatever it is. Every kid wants something different. So the thing is you need to become mentally strong enough and comfortable with who you are to realize you're not going to be the one living in the pod and eating the bugs. You got to do your own thing. Alucard, 1776. I'm assuming that's J.P. Morgan lost $40 billion. When did that happen?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Whoa, we just lost Rhino.
Yeah, we just lost Rhino. Uh-oh.
Yeah, well, good thing I'm here.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that's going to be kind of a... I'll see if I can manage to run this until everything comes back for him to come back in here. And, Santiago, yeah, you raise a lot of good points. What are these young men looking for? Sean St. George, brings up, see, pop this up here. Every man needs to find their own reason. We can give ideas or point them in a general direction. That's about all we can do.
Yeah. You are responsible for your own happiness and contentment. Nobody else's.
Exactly. Now, if you are on an airplane and the cabin depressurizes, who is responsible for putting your oxygen mask on you?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is.
You are. Who is the one and only person you can rely on or count on in this world? You. So, if you are learning to trust yourself, rely on yourself, get to know yourself and understand yourself, but then you're seeking justification, reasoning, and or searching for a something to belong to, something to identify with, why would you go to others? I mean, I understand people are social by nature. Humans are pack mammals. That's kind of the way we are. It's the way our brains are structured. And that's just, for the sake of survival of the species. But there's nothing saying you can't be your own individual, but yet belong to a group. That's what makes human beings, so amazing as we are compared to other mammals. What do you think, Cliff?
I think you're right for the most part. Is that we are social creatures. We can't just be hermits because otherwise, I mean, our species wouldn't perpetuate. I'm also kind of looking at one of the next ones that Saint Troglodyte put up. We are a tribal species. The want to belong, especially men. If you don't have that, an idea to hold to, live for yourself is very narcissistic, is what feminism has promoted. I want to say, Troglodyte, you're partially correct. I think what it is, living for yourself is not narcissistic. That's actually being persevering. It's flaunting it is what's being narcissistic. It's you saying that you live by yourself or you're doing all this stuff for yourself and you're being independent, but you're showing it everybody. You're shoving it in people's faces. That's what makes it narcissistic. If you're just doing it and you're keeping that to yourself and you're just or you're letting you're keeping a very small circle and just going, yeah, this is my thing. This is what I'm doing. If people want some advice about something, I can give it to them. But I'm not going to plaster everything I do everywhere because that is true narcissism. You're seeking attention. That's
Correct.
what it is.
I'll agree with you. And the other thing, welcome back, Rhino. Let me know if everything's still running good on your end.
Yeah, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you. You just dropped out there for a minute.
And there's no echo, I hope?
Nope, no echo.
Nope.
Okay, what's going on is this is growing pains of doing a stream while on the road. Is the phone actually overheated and shut everything down? So I'm going to keep the camera off momentarily to let this thing cool down, and I'm going to actually mute myself just momentarily. I'll let you guys continue though.
Okay.
All right.
You know what? Like I said before, nightmares are dreams too. I mean, his nightmare is kind of our dream, because he's going to be popping on just telling me to shut up, which is kind of hilarious. But this goes back to the previous goes back to the previous point we were talking about. But yeah, I mean, you have to first know who you are, what your skill sets are, what your aptitudes are. Getting to learn to know who you are as a person isn't being narcissistic. Because if you look at it, I mean, there was a couple of things on the Discovery Channel and a few other places. You can even find it on YouTube where Bear Grylls went out and had an island of women and an island of men. The guys kind of came in, brought their skills. They knew what their strong points were. And they all brought their skills to the table. They weren't fighting and jockeying and worrying about who's going to be the alpha, who's going to be the leader. They were more concerned with, okay, I have to produce in a group effort. I have my skill set. We can break up and divvy up different lines of work and different things that need to be accomplished and accomplish a group cohesive mindset goal that we're all going to rely on. The group is relying on me to do this. I'm relying on them to do that. Yep. And they're splitting things up and making things work well. I know it's an old adage. It's an old phrase that was used in team sports back in the days. Teamwork makes the dream work. Yep. And as cheesy as it sounds, that there's a lot of truth to that. And 200 years ago, you would have 3 or 4 generations living in one home. Life is about community, and you have no argument against that. On this modern is a sickness. It is a sickness. Oh. Everybody thinks that they need to go out and have their own place, do their own thing. But I'll tell you right now, the smartest people in any society are the oldest individuals, the ones that have survived and lived through it. And yeah, you're right. 200 years ago, people only lived to 38 years old.
Yeah, you were lucky if you made it to 50.
You were lucky if you made it to 38. But yeah, there's a lot in society that has changed. I mean, if over the past 30 years, we've gone from moving elderly into our homes and taking care of them, bringing in a grandparent or a parent or an aging aunt or uncle,
Mm-hmm.
and having them live with us and teach us the old ways. Now everybody just shuffles them off into a nursing home and pays 13 grand a month to store the elderly, so to speak, until they
Speaking
pay
of,
out.
I see that every day, and it's a miserable existence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, part of it is too is because of the advent. I want to say there's some partial fault with the medical industry, saying that so many of these old people have so much issues with their bodies or their head or even just with their minds or something like that. And it's like now people are afraid of having an elderly person in their home with their children because they think they might lapse into some and lose all cognitive function or something like that. It's like there's some degree of fear
Yeah.
mongering with it, which is why they don't bring that. Oh, a lot of people don't bring the elderly into their own homes nowadays because they're afraid
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
their own family members.
Right. And I mean, okay, let's say you have an aging parent in their 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. Um, Technically, would they have more licensed staff and medically trained staff to take care of them on a daily basis on a whim? Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. Uh, Now, how long is it going to take that licensed staff to get to know your aging parent? 6 months to a year. To know
Yep.
the ins and outs, the quirks, the personality traits, the little details.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you're taking care of your mother, your father, or an aunt or uncle aging family member, um, how long is it going to take you to get to know them? You, you grew up with them. They
Yep.
basically turned you into who you are. So you don't have to learn to get to know them. Can you go and take night classes and go get certified as a licensed caregiver? Go to EMT classes. Can you go do all that stuff, which will get you the same training as an EMT in an ambulance, or go all the way up to a paramedic training, or go be a CNA? You can go get that training. You can take that, learn, or if you have somebody in the family, have them kind of coach you and teach you through the basic things that you're going to need help with.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, the nursing homes, the big business, uh, if you look at it, how much money are these organizations making? They're trying to demonize the older adults. Oh, they're a lot of work. Oh, they're too much work. You don't know what they're going to do. Give them to us. We'll take care of them.
Yeah.
They're just looking out for their own interests. That's all
No,
it is.
you're completely right about that. And truth be told, that's a bit of a sore spot for me because my grandmother, she was living in one of those for the last 8 years of her life,
Yeah.
and part of it was the glamorization. The other part of it was because her own children chose not to take her because
Yeah.
she wanted to be near the home where she and my grandfather lived. Which I mean, it was possible with two of her kids. They lived very close by, but it was also not any of the three. And I know I should be bashing on my parents and my aunts and uncles, but they didn't want to take their responsibility. And it's just like, what the hell? I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and Cliff, that's where I'll stand up and say, you know what? Yeah, I had a great line of work across the country from my family. When I had family members get older and have medical issues and problems like that, I dumped a great career to move back to take care of family.
Mm.
Um, I mean, I turned down a six-figure salary
Wow.
wow.
to come back and take care of family. So I'm just gonna say, put your money where your mouth is. When you're in that situation, you have a parent or somebody that isn't doing well, figure out a way to go take care of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, as tough as that is, and you know what? Yeah, are you putting your dreams and your life, quote unquote, on hold? Yeah, but I have to ask you a question. If you start thinking about that, did that parent, that grandparent, that aunt, that uncle, did they put moments of their life on hold to take care of you?
And usually that is the case, and that's where that whole familial cycle it comes full circle.
Yeah.
But now we're not permitting that. A lot of people aren't letting that actually happen anymore. And
Yeah.
how much more grief is that actually causing people now? To when
Right.
they actually leave their parent at the old folks home, and then suddenly the next day they get a phone call saying, "Oh yeah, your mom died, and
Right.
you weren't
Right.
there, and you weren't
Yeah.
there."
Um, and the, Saint Chocolate, you raised some great questions about looking for a reason. And I've talked to Rhino about this in the past, about there is research out there about uh, the need to belong, and it's a stream we've discussed repeatedly, but we've never actually gone back and gone over it. Jack, I see you backstage. We'll bring you on in a little bit. Um, I've, you know what? I can't answer the question, but I can't give you a definitive answer. And I'm not calling the young men that I'm calling lazy are the young men that are out there that aren't working. They're not doing anything to better themselves. They are doing the absolute bare minimum to exist and expecting their participation trophy, putting them on par of someone else who's slept 4 or 5 hours a day, if that, who's put their life on hold to work either work one full time, two full time, and a part time, or a full time and a part time job. And those are the people that I will call lazy. The people who don't do anything and expect everything to be handed to them. There's
Mm-hmm.
a big difference.
Yep.
Now, the reason you serve as you get older should primarily rely on the fact of it's much like a relay race. Someone took care of you as a child, taught you things, how to cook, how to clean, how to fend for yourself, taught you skills, how to build things, how to make things, how to cook, how to do certain things, whatever life skills they have learned within their lifetime. The reason you have aged and moved into that adult role, and part of adulting is being able to take care of those older ones that got you to be an adult, number one, and to raise the generation following you.
Yep.
That should be reason enough that you can repay to your parents, your grandparents, your aunts, your uncles, whoever helped raise you. You be there in their time of need during their vulnerable stages where they can then rely on you. They paid it forward to the following generation, you, which means when it comes time where they're going to need help, you pay it back to them, but then you also pay it forward to the generation behind you, so that when you become older, you become incapable of doing a lot of things for yourself, you become that generation that needs to be cared for once again, and you paying it forward to the generation behind you. You're What you're doing is you're looking at prolonging your own life. Well, and the JFK liberal logic, yeah, it is gone. That time is done. It is.
Yep.
Now, all I'm saying is, if you were looking for a transactional, I work 10 hours a day, so you pay me $1,000 a day, $100 an hour. If you're looking for a basic transactional foundation of every single interaction, if that works for you, great. Does that work for everybody? No, I'll tell you that right now. Doesn't work for me, doesn't work for other people. But what works for me isn't going to work for you. So you need to find out what works for you. I can't give you a reason to do what your thing is. But what I can do is I can pay it forward to younger individuals. I can show other people that there is more than just a basic foundational transactional lifestyle. I do X, I get paid Y for doing X. there's much more to that. And speaking of this conversation, that I think opened things up quite well to bring Jackal in. So I'm going to bring him in. Jackal, what's going on, buddy? Jackal, you there? I can see your boots. I can see you walking. I don't hear your mic.
He's probably muted.
Yeah, all right. But Cliff, does that kind of flow make sense? Kind of logically follow?
It kind of does. Part of it is passing that kind of legacy on to the next generation. You got to think about being able to do that, doing that to the next generation, and then what your parents had before. You got to realize every single generation itself is an investment of the one that came before it. So
True.
taking care of your parents, there is some degree of expectation that they've invested into you. Now your job is to take care of them, and that is their return on that investment. But you also have to look at the benefits that come with that too. There are some more benefits of it as well.
Oh yeah.
What's one of the big things that I've heard is that you don't have to worry so much about somebody else taking care of your kids. You don't have to pay for childcare services if you have somebody in the home that you trust. You also have some of these older individuals that are in the home that are able to retain some more of their own cognitive abilities because they have to go through the whole problem-solving issues that come with, say, a younger kid, or being able to pass on some sage advice to the generation, like, not after them, but their grandchildren, essentially. And we're kind of losing that now. And I don't know how I was going to finish that. But,
yeah, and mine kind of goes blank at it. Because there's so many directions it can go.
Yeah.
And you try to like narrow it down and nail it down. I mean, finding a common point, like for me to tell everybody, okay, you have to wake up at 5 o'clock every morning, walk 5 miles, work out, eat A, B, C, D, eat these certain things at this time of day, go to work this kind of a job. Telling somebody exactly what to do like that is only going to make another person's life miserable.
yeah.
There's certain people that have food allergies, for instance. I mean, there are a lot of things that work for one person, but not another. So, I mean, there's a lot to it. I mean, there isn't a silver bullet. There isn't a magic fix. There isn't a commonality point that works for everybody.
No.
Some people like groups. Some people don't. Some people have aptitudes for research. Some people have aptitudes for building things. Other people have aptitudes for artwork and a creative stretch like that. Like Billy Von Baum, great guy, does a lot of deep fakes. He does. His artwork is absolutely astounding.
Oh,
I can work 45, 50 years at it. I will never achieve his level of mastery of artwork. Never. And if you don't know, a lot of the deep fakes and pops from Billy Von Baum, check out BillyVonBaum.com. Great guy, great sense of humor, great artist. But yeah, the man's a legend. He's a deep fake legend with what he can do with art. Will I ever be able to do what he can? No. Do I think he could match me as far as research capabilities and skills? No. Because the amount of time you only have so many hours in a day. You can only invest so much time into certain things.
Yep.
And you have to go towards what works for you. Yeah, what's up, Polska? Glad to see you in the chat, bud. Hope all is well with you. And yeah, like, Riggs, you talked about having to, growing up and being self-taught on a lot of things. A lot of us have done that too, but there should be a basic common ground starting point. At home, you get basic structures, the morality structures of things, how to behave in a quote unquote civil society, what's right, what's wrong. Those are the basic tenets of a community that you should be taught as a child.
Yeah.
which aren't being taught in society. And a lot of that comes down to those of us that live in this society. I am partially to blame for that,
Yeah. Same here.
and I'm openly willing to admit that. But yeah, there is a responsibility on all of us, but we all come from different perspectives.
No,
So
But
it
By, by the way, thank you guys for continuing on the conversation. I'm just doing the actual work thing, so I pop in and out. But we're about to be on a long stretch of road here again, so I will be back
yeah,
shortly.
awesome. All right.
all right. Yeah, there's um, when I say when I use the terminology and I call people lazy, there is there's kind of a foundation of that. I mean, the average human body was it the average human body just in existence in breathing, blood pressure, and basic just vegetable status, laying in bed. I believe it's 1,620 calories the human body consumes just in a day, an average daily basis, just basically breathing and existing. If you're burning maybe 1,800 calories, but you're not really doing much, if you can't look at where you are today, are you a step ahead of where you were yesterday? Have you learned one more thing today than you did yesterday? Or did you just get up and play 16 to 20 hours a day of video games? Have you done nothing but watch social media? Have you improved your life? Have you learned something, some kind of a skill? Yes or no? If you haven't done any of those things, you know what? I'll tell you, you're fucking lazy. Sorry. It is what it is. Sorry about the language.
No, that's
But
fair. That's fair.
me, but if you've gotten up, you may be between jobs, you may be between projects, you may be, doing different things. Now, I've met a lot of younger guys that didn't know what they wanted to do. They didn't have any skills, didn't have anything in their background. What I told them is, go volunteer at a food pantry. Well, what am I, I'm not going to pay me. What do I get out of it? You're going to get networking capabilities. You're going to show people in your community you are willing to work. You're willing to do things for other people in the anticipation that those people will put their names on a dotted line to back you up and to get you in somewhere.
Yeah.
It doesn't always have to be transactional. I do X, I get Y.
Yeah. And as well as you are engaging in social interactions, I mean, you never
Right.
know if that small deed might actually build to something greater down the line. And as well as you're dealing with problem solving as well.
Yeah. Having there's a very fine line of doing things within a community. I mean, if you're constantly doing something without getting anything in return, yeah, you're right. That is your responsibility without authority, by definition, is slavery. But what's going to happen is where you actually show that you excel, you are going after a certain period of time, much like an apprenticeship, you come in knowing nothing. And when it came into doing live streams and it came into doing stuff like this, I didn't know the first thing about doing any of it. I hopped on as a guest with a lot of other people. I watched how a lot of the stuff is done. Do I know how all this stuff is done? No, I still don't. Am I expecting to get paid for coming in and speaking on panels and doing other things? No, I'm not. But I'm giving this and paying this forward because I am learning something from doing this with other people. I'm networking with other people. What am I getting out of it? Social interaction. I'm learning from people from different backgrounds, different ways of life. I have the opportunity to learn from a different perspective. And having a foundation where you can look at things from a different perspective will make you far more intelligent than the average Joe out there. And if you're looking just for X, X plus Y equals dollar signs at the end of the day, if that's what makes you happy, go ahead and do it. If that's what makes you miserable, don't do that. But far be it from me to be the one to tell anybody what they should or shouldn't do to be happy. I had a conversation with a World War II vet. He's passed away now a number of years. He went through North Africa, Sicily, Italy, France, and up into liberating some of the camps in Germany. Great guy, smart guy, probably one of the coolest guys I've ever met. Kind of miss him at times. And the one thing that he told me is, I remember as a kid, and he was an older guy, and he looked at me and he goes, kiddo, he goes, like, I'm going to tell you what the secret of life is. I'm like, okay, what's that? He said, peace and fun.
Yep.
And I said, what is peace? What is peace, and what do you mean by peace, and what do you mean by fun? He said, well, my fun is different than your fun. My peace is different than your peace. And once you realize what is peace and what is fun to you, then once you realize what that is, that's what you will be striving the rest of your life to obtain.
Yep.
And he said, you'll never be able to tell anybody else what peace and what fun is for them, because it's going to be completely different than it is for you.
Yeah, you can't give boundaries to that at all, and that's what it sounds like. It's what a lot of people are expecting. It's like, no, if you're having somebody else tell you exactly what you need to do to be happy, then you are somebody that is your sheep being led to slaughter. That's what you're being lined up for.
You're not even living your own life at that point. You're living somebody else's life of what they think you should
are vicariously living.
Yeah.
Yeah. And a lot of, I know Rhino Cliff, you'll probably back me up on this. I know Rhino will, but a lot about life is you make more mistakes than you get things right.
Yes.
Yeah. That's true.
And what you accomplish, if you really want to be a bit more selfish, because a lot of people are, you accomplish what you accomplish to spite the naysayers. That's what some people should do.
Yeah.
Be proud of your accomplishments.
You're absolutely right. I'd say at this point I live out of spite.
That's what it is. That's what it is. You need to live out of spite. So long as you are achieving your goals, you know what you want to do, and you are content with it.
Yeah,
you are
exactly.
content with it.
Yeah. I mean, going back to what I said, maybe half hour ago or so, I said, we all have that little, 5-year-old kid, wearing a Superman shirt or a Batman shirt and giving the world a finger. Mm-hmm. That's it. That's you living out of spite.
Yes.
That is you doing what you want to do. Like when I went to college, I mean, we all know a lot of people go to college, a lot of people graduate, a lot of people barely graduate. And I remember going to college and talking to my old man, and he told me, he was like, just pass your classes, learn as much as you can, and get out. He's like, the chances of you getting an A in college is about 1%. A 4.0 in college is a student that starts their freshman year and gets a 4.0 all the way through their first year. That's 1% of the world's population. 1%. 1 in 100. Oh, well, I see you backstage. We'll bring you in here shortly. Now, if you retain a 4% 2 years in a row, that's 0.5% to 1%. The amount of people who actually put in the effort to do that, they're sacrificing in other ways. Are they going out and partying? No. Are they going to family functions? And are they going to different events? Are they going to concerts? Are they going on vacations? No. Do you know how I know? Because I got 29 out of 32 100% in college. Why? Because I knew what was expected of me. I knew that I had the attention to detail, and I did what was needed of me to obtain that grade. I knew what I needed to do to get that grade in that class. And
And
yeah, I see.
I'm guessing you already had your end goal in mind, right?
Yeah, I kind of had an idea of where I wanted to go, what I wanted to do.
You
But
were way ahead of like a 75% of your peers, because there are so many people that don't even have an idea what their end goal is.
like I wanted to go. I wanted to get my PhD. I wanted to do research. I wanted to do I wanted to work in for either in education for research, or I wanted to work somewhere else, which I understood I'd have to be in the top 5 to 10% just to even be considered for those positions. Those are the hard to find positions. They're very difficult to get into. Yeah, I graduated in the top 1% of my class. Is that difficult? Yeah. Did I sacrifice for that? And what I'm basically telling other men out there to do is to not only to live for themselves, but I want other men out there to be aware that as long as what you put out into the world, the legacy you create, if you can build something in a society, in a community, do you really truly die?
No.
Exactly.
If you can create that, you are immortalized.
Right. And whatever it is that you enjoy, that you love, that breathes life into you every day, you can do that. And if you can do what you love every single day, and you'll never work a day in your life. Number one, that old adage is true. That's number one. But number two, the work you've done will live on far above and beyond of where you are. The work you've done, those dollar signs in a bank account, I'll tell you right now, you know how many people are out there that earned hundreds of thousands, if not millions or billions of dollars in the past 200 years in this world? How many people know who they are and what are they known for? Yeah, name one.
Disney.
I mean, what's Disney known for?
Family entertainment. At least up
Right.
until about 10 years ago.
Right, yeah, exactly. Now, I see Dinocides here. Here's one Dinocide's going to identify with really well.
Hey, is there too much noise in the background from my end or not?
Just keep your mic muted if you're not talking.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm driving an automatic. I can use freehand mute.
I have absolutely no idea what we're talking about. So, well,
Welcome to the goddamn show, Squirrel.
Yeah, what's going up, man?
But
Not much.
Thumper, glad to see in the chat, Thumper. Dinocide, you and I have had this conversation, online, offline, in person, in a few other ways previously. Guys like Cliff Burton from Metallica.
Oh, yeah.
Music. He composed.
He's why I play bass.
Right. He's written and composed music. His music is still being played. He was dead and gone before you were born, but his work lived on beyond his lifespan and promoted and provoked you to pick up a bass and to do what you do. And that's all I'm telling other men to do. Don't focus on the dollar signs in the bank account. That's what the Donovan Sharps of the world are doing. Focus on, F this guy, screw this guy, get the dollars, do this, blah, 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 blah. The people who do that are just coming from a different perspective of the gold digging women that are out there. Get the bag, get the cash, get this, get that. They're looking at the same aspect of life. All I'm doing is asking guys out there to challenge and to change their perspective on this stuff. Do something that will allow you as a person to live beyond your lifespan. Do something. Pay it forward, because when you do that, it will immortalize you in the people who follow after you that followed your example.
Mm-hmm.
That's much
Yeah.
like being a parent.
Oh,
It's
what
the
do we
same
got?
thing.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. When you bring up
Jackal.
changing your perspective, even if I may, even in the past like month or so, I mean, a lot of it is because I've been getting more into the Stoic philosophies that you and I discussed, Nate. But a lot of it came from, I'm not here to Bible thump or preach, but going to church, while I'm not really quite a believer yet, there's a lot of emphasis on being grateful for what you do have and not wanting for much more. And I'm at the point now where I wake up at 4 in the morning, I work out for 45 minutes, cold shower, scarf down, the high protein stir fry breakfast, drive to work as the sun rises, come up, I'm like, wow, I got up really early, I worked out, I don't have a hangover, I sip on my herbal tea, and I get to watch a beautiful sunrise. By the time I get off work, I get to watch a beautiful sunset, and I can't help but grin ear to ear like the happy little autist I am. I did not feel that way when I was with my ex back in April. Now I'm 15 pounds lighter. I'm 6'1", 185. I'm a scrawny little shit now. I'm feeling so much fucking better, and it's just incredible what being very minimalistic and not materialistic. Just the amount of joy I get from just waking up, sipping my tea after a workout, and watching the sunrise beats any amount of making out, cuddle, sex, anything. And that is just, oh my god, it leaves you wanting for almost nothing. And
I'm gonna jump in on you guys. I'm gonna jump in on you guys here really quick. First of all, I don't see any super chats in the YouTube side. If I did miss any, I apologize. Crusader, if you do see any, let me know. But I don't see any currently, but there is a good discussion going on with Thumper and St. Troglodyte. He said something. Oh, it's hard to do while I'm on the road here. But what did he say? It's something about basically when, oh, God damn it. There's a lot of chat going on. Here we go. He essentially says if men have nothing to live for, this is where society goes to shit. He didn't say that. I'm not even paraphrasing, but I am playing his devil's advocate as well. A lot of men, especially younger men, there's a ridiculous amount of them that have never been in a relationship, even at the age of 30. A lot of them haven't dipped their toes in the fun times, the bedroom fun times. They're being told you can't fucking own a house. You'll own nothing. You'll be happy and you'll eat the bugs like Tyson is now producing. By the way, if you didn't know, Tyson Chicken is now doing the whole bug thing. They're getting in on it. No joke. But anyway, if you got nothing to live for, that's where society fucking collapses, and the barbarians at the gates are inside the gates. They're the men in our society because they got nothing else to do. So you see a lot of this fucking bullshit where you got rioters and, cities burning down and an exponentially high amount of theft, something like billions of dollars lost in theft this year. Again, it could be a lot of the corporations themselves, the employees doing the theft. But either way, my point is, when you have a society that tells you to go fuck yourself, you're never going to have a fucking future or a wife or kids or a decent paying job or a fucking house or retirement. These guys are going to lose their shit. So I can see where Troglodyte's coming from. I see both sides. Thumper was making some good points too. But I'm just piping in there because I think it's important to mention, with the way the world's going right now, and it's not just this country, it's global. It's a global fucking problem. You got a lot of men that have nothing to live for, and that makes a lot of dangerous fucking men.
Yep.
Yeah, and St. Troglodyte's got a great point. He just put it up right now. I remind people that the last time something like this happened was in the 1920s, Germany. Hopeless men. Hopeless men that were out there. Look at what happened. Yeah, you're right, dude. You have a great freaking point. However, there were young men who were destructive like that. And then there were 250,000 young men that stormed a beach they had no connection to help and to save others.
Mm-hmm.
You can pick and choose what type of person you want to be. Do you want to be the guy that says, yeah, I can do it? yeah, you know what? I may not know who you are. You may live in a different city. You may live in a different part of the globe as me. However, I'm going to make sure that you have a fighting freaking chance.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to pay it forward to you, not expecting anything in return, but if and when I may need some help, just pay it to me, pay me back later. If not, if I don't need it, pay it forward to someone else and make sure nobody else lives through what you had to live through. I know there's a few guys on the panel I've said that to before. I mean, I'll pass certain things to you. All I ask is that you pay it forward if and when the time comes to help somebody else in their time of need.
Well, I want to remind men here that success is subjective at the end of the day.
True.
It's not going to mean, Lambos and cars and a house and family to
No.
every single person, even though that's what mainstream society has drilled into our heads, each and every one of us, is that that's what success is. To me,
Yeah.
I would say for men looking for purpose outside of the traditional, I find purpose in talking to these younger men about things as far as opening their eyes to the way things are going to work in the world and things like that. Now, that's just for me. But the point of it is to prove that there is purpose outside of family and outside of having offspring. It comes down to, what do you see as subjective? What is success to you? What do you want?
Yeah. I did kind of want, since we got him here, I don't know how windy it is where he is. I'm kind of worried that it's going to be extremely windy, but we'll see. I do want to kind of get Jackal's take on it because he is a Gen Z, and he sees the world through a different lens. So I'm curious, Jackal, if it's not too windy, and if it is, we can wait until you get back inside or something. But yeah, I'd like to know your take on it and how you feel about it.
Jackal
He's
just
been,
dropped out.
he just dropped out. He's been having connection problems.
Damn it. Well, hopefully we can get him in because it would be interesting to hear his perspective.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're closer to Jackal's age.
Mm-hmm.
Dinocyte, I know you're close. You're a few years older than Jackal. You're part of that group, that age range, so to speak, too. When I say age group, I'm talking like under 30. But yeah, I mean, society promised you if you work hard, do this, check all the boxes, do X, Y, Z, you're going to get the house, the car, the white picket fence, the wife, the kids. Isn't that what society kind of promised you as a kid?
Yeah.
Yeah, they did. You kind of hang on. I'm actually at the dump, about to dump a whole load of septic here. Give me a second.
No, take your time. Take your time.
I've mentioned this to you
give me a
guys
second.
in the background on these after parties before. There was a video or a stream, I can't remember what it was, that I was going to do talking about the 10 most successful bachelor entrepreneurs in the world. Mm-hmm. What did they do? What types of companies did they found? And how they live their lives, finding purpose, achieving their goals.
Mm-hmm.
I think this would be a really important topic to touch on at some point in the future as a stream. Take a look at that list, because there seems to be a lot of unanswered questions here for a lot of men.
Yeah, that's a great topic. That is definitely something we should address. We should look into.
Yeah, definitely. We're just kind of running off the cuff right now. I mean, if we had a time to research, we'd definitely get more concrete answers. So
Right.
Yeah. I mean, one that stands out on the top of my mind is Nikola Tesla. Never married, no kids. How many Tesla inventions do all of us use on a daily basis?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I mean, he died, living in a hotel, penniless and screwed out of everything. Yeah. He didn't become a household name until, close to 100 years, after he was alive.
Yeah.
But
All right, back in my truck. I can answer that question now.
all right,
All right.
All right. And normally we don't do a palate cleanse unless it's necessary, but it's something I've been doing on Brandon's show. So just for the hell of it, we're going to do a quick palate cleanse, and that's what this entails.
Oh,
Puppy.
It's gonna be.
Aw.
So that is the sidekick there.
So now we get to see the brains of the operation.
That's right.
So, Rhino, does that make you the bitch?
Wow.
Mhm.
And this concludes this live stream.
Now, like a lot of the philosophers in the community have talked about, or whatever you want to call them, you know, if a man wants to have a family and children, you know, if that's his burning desire, then there's no curing that. There's no cure, there's nothing you can say to talk him out of that. That's what he wants to do. And that's
Right.
fine. If that's what men wants, that's fine. But at the end of the day, we're still going to remind you how these courts like to screw with you. They don't like you as a man. These movies out here don't like you as a man. These people making these products, they don't like you as men. So if that is the end goal for men, is to have family and children, that's how important it is to overhaul this system then.
Yeah.
I would say.
Even trying to be courteous to somebody, like returning their mail, they don't like you if you're a man.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. It was some bullshit.
Yeah. And the thing is, I mean, there are a lot of people that are so sunk in their own world and their own mindset, and they're just constantly, you know, like they think they're the bottom crab in the bucket. They're trying to claw everybody else down just so they can feel the fresh air to be on top just for a little bit.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you right now, that's a very short-lived way of finding happiness. Because what's going to happen is 5 minutes after, they're going to, you know what, just hand them their mail and say, hey, thank you. Have a wonderful day. Hope this, you know, brings something great to you. Kill them with kindness. Because what's going to happen is 5 or 10 minutes after that, they're going to sit there and think, I was an asshole to this guy. I was a dick to this guy. You know, but he was nice. He was pleasant. He was friendly. I feel like a piece of garbage. What's wrong with me? I have to treat people like that.
But the problem is, Christianity,
Unless you're an insane Karen, yeah.
and you're thinking that people have the capability of self-reflection.
Well, everybody technically has the capability of doing it, whether or not they've grown enough and matured enough themselves to do it, or are even willing to do that and to face the consequences of doing that is a different story.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
Alrighty, done dumping. I can answer questions again. Winning.
yes.
All right.
Speaking of dumping and Pops X, what are your ideas?
Well, I have offered to Blake and Pop if they ever want to do the alleged, you know, break into the graveyard, drill a hole down, just call me up. I will borrow one of the trucks and drive it all the way to Michigan for that shit.
But yeah, I mean, what's your stance on this? I mean,
my stance. So this is going to be a little complicated. I do have to drive a big rig about 30 miles, so I'm going to be focusing on the road. But hey, it's an automatic and it's the old freight shaker, so I'm not worried. But my thought is about, go to college, do this, make tons of money, you'll be fine, and you know, just stay in line. My entire I don't want to make it about my past and growing up, but a lot of the values I'm going to espouse are rooted in that. Is that the very people who spouted off the status quo establishment bullshit to me, and this applies to a lot of stuff in life, were the same ones that not only bullied me, you know, and in some cases in my family abused me pretty seriously. And you know, I always kind of found myself on the outside or on the short end of the stick with all of that bullshit. And I always kind of rejected it, but because of of what was going on as I grew up, I thought that it was a manifestation of, some sort of mental illness I had, and they tried to medicate it out of me. And now that I got off of all that shit, I realized something pretty fucking important. Society isn't real. And I get to live outside looking at it and not giving a single flying fuck. Because it's got the recordings of the civilizational cycle, and it always ends the same way because people are dumb and getting greedy enough to think they can fucking change it when they can't, perpetuating the endless cycle. And now that I can alleviate myself of all those fucks I no longer need to give, I can just be happy watching it all play out. So I've kind of find myself in a pretty weird, unique situation. And I get to lead a pretty free fucking life as a result.
Yeah.
A man in this culture has to discover himself first.
Yeah.
Right.
You have got to look inward and give yourself, discover what makes you tick. Who are you? What do you like to do? You see, I've said it in videos before. Most men in this culture, when they're born, their lives are mapped out for them with expectations put on them by other people. They're living up to other people's expectations most of their lives. So men in this culture, in my opinion, don't really have a chance to discover themselves really at all, if any, because they're so enthralled with living life for other people to make other people's lives happy and comfortable. A man has got to first discover himself. He's got to get down into his soul, his spirit, do some soul searching. What do I want out of this life? And if your answer is family, if it's a mate, there's nothing anybody else can help you with. If you want that, you can find that all day long, but there is a fulfillment in life apart from that. It can be done. Because look, there is nothing in nature saying that how many people is in the world? 8 billion?
Yeah, something like that.
There is nothing in nature saying that all 8 billion people have to help reproduce the planet and multiply.
True.
Right.
Very true.
You don't have to double the population. So
yeah,
it is possible.
Well, looking to younger guys like you guys, I mean, the older guys like myself, I have to warn you that with risk comes reward. The risk is getting married and having a relationship with a woman. And you are risking everything you've worked for, everything you'll never be able to get the hours and minutes back from work that you spent and invested to secure a home, to have a wife, to take care of her, to prepare a home, to bring life into this world. You are risking all of that time you will never get back for the opportunity and the chance to reproduce. And in today's day and age, you have a high probability of losing that at a moment's notice on the emotional whim of your quote-unquote partner in that endeavor.
Yeah.
So you have to understand that is a risk and that is a reward. Now, you will never truly understand victory without defeat. So those that have been through the ring of fire, marriage, divorce, whatever it is, parent that lost custody of a kid, you will never truly understand victory until you've experienced defeat. Thumper, glad to have you here.
Hey.
So
I was just going to add to it a little bit.
Yeah.
All right.
Me and Trug been talking, and Trug's exactly right. Men have to have something to work for. Men have to have an incentive. Yeah. Otherwise, we're just going to sit around and be like, fuck it.
Yep.
Now, the young guys, they've had all their incentive removed. They're told you'll never own a home. You'll never own a car. You'll never have a wife. You'll never have kids. All right. All of that is still available to them. They're just being told it's not available to them. And it's just been drilled into them over and over and over. And they've been taught, act like a girl, think like a girl, and show your emotions like a girl, and you'll be a better man. Because, the guys like me and Nate, we're the, horrible, toxic, no good, very bad.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, Thumper, one of the problems, and I'm sure you've seen it where you're at, one of the problems with the last two generations that I've seen, I'll single them out. These children and my nephews are prime examples. They want to start out life trying to have all the best stuff all up at one time. And I've seen that as a common denominator with a lot of these younger generations. My generation too. My generation was no different.
Yeah, they're all about instant gratification. They want it right now.
They want to start out. Same with my nephew. He wanted to start out with the $70,000-$80,000 trucks and the big 2-story houses and the big. And one problem that I'm seeing out of these generations is their expectations are too high. So you're right. If they would take a step back and understand you've got to start from the bottom, look at those shotgun houses, as we used to call them back in the day, or those walls caving in, crack houses type. You know what I'm talking about. Those small starter homes. If they would lower these expectations of wanting it all up front at one time and go slow, because again, success is subjective. Not everybody has to have the 2-story mansions, the $80,000 F-250s. You can start off small.
Yeah. Well, I want to add a counter argument, and I'm doing this just for the sake of keeping the conversation interesting, but also these are some points that I've noticed. So I know a guy, put in the work. He went to college. He got his I don't know what the name of the degree is, but it's a psychology degree. He helps people with addiction problems. I'm going to leave it at that. Keep him anonymous, but he helps them overcome their addiction problems and all that, right? Now, he makes over 6 figures, right? And he is, I believe, in his 40s now, maybe mid-40s. He is being told at his age, go fuck yourself. Housing isn't affordable. BlackRock has outbid you on everything. And, even if you get the house, the interest rate is stupid high and you're going to be paying on it until you die. So
the time to buy a house was 10 years ago.
Yeah, I know that. But my point is these kids, we talk about the starter homes and all that, but even the starter homes are going for stupid ass prices, so they can't even get into those.
Oh, okay. I have something to put in on this. All right. You guys know I'm into cars, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've heard very much
about that. Yep. You've seen
you got like one or two.
Right. You've seen the condition of some of these cars when I get them, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So they're like free to $200, and they're just fucking rust buckets, and they're missing everything.
Yeah.
Okay. So I take that rusty old GTO, I tear it all apart, and I replace all the rusty metal with new metal. It takes months. It takes years sometimes. It depends on how much money I have as to how fast I can do it. Okay. So I'm limited by cash and a little bit by time, but I'm not so much limited by skill. Now, where did all the skill come from? All the skill came from doing it for the last 35 years. Well, actually 40 years now. Okay. You don't start out knowing how to do everything right off. You have to pick up all the skills you need to do the job. And as you have a different job that you need to do, like on a car or a house, for instance, you learn that part of it, and then you get proficient at it. Then you can do that, and then the next time it comes up, you can just handle it. You don't have to worry about somebody else. I took this same approach that I take with my cars when I got my house.
Yeah.
I bought a chunk of land that was a bunch of trees and an old rundown cabin that nobody in their right mind would ever live in. I cleared off 3 acres. I built my shop first, because if I don't have a car and I don't have a place to work on my car, I'm stuck. So shop was first. That's a priority. Then I built my house. And I built my house myself. So I have less than $80,000 in my entire property, and I can sell it for about $250K right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But I also have an entire summer of clearing the trees by hand and then building my shop. And I hired 2 guys to help me put the roof on. Otherwise, it was me and the 2 guys that come out and help me pour the concrete.
Yeah.
Everything else was me.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
The
and-
house, same thing. You have to put in the effort. And if I wanted to go out and buy, a house already done and all this already set up, I could never afford it because I have, just my VA disability. That's it. I'm on a fixed income.
No,
So I have to work with.
I absolutely agree with you. Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. But let's say the average Joe out there that has to work and he doesn't have time to necessarily put up his own house. What does he do?
He can still do it.
That's well.
He can do it exactly
I
the same way
suppose so.
I did.
They have to
I bought
learn.
a $1,200 RV and I lived in that for the entire summer while I put a house together out of 3 shipping containers.
Yep, they have to learn the value. They have to learn there is a value in sacrifice. It's being able to figure out what you can cut back on. That way, it pays dividends in the long run. For me, for 4 years when I was working as a government contractor, I live in a house with 3 other roommates, and I was just saving up a bunch of money. But I was making sure my plan with that was actually to go in and buy my own house. And of course, I'm not going to do that right now, with the market being what it is. But
right now is a bad time to buy.
Exactly. But what that allowed me to do is it allowed me to conduct my exodus from California and then move to where I'm at now. And I'm actually enjoying a nice year-long sabbatical. So that way I can also figure out what I want to do. I want to be able to get myself educated, spend some time with my family. And then right after Christmas is over with, I'm going to go back and either go to school or rejoin the workforce. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah. Well, I hear a lot of people, well, houses are so expensive. I can't afford a house. I can't do that. I can't do. Okay, well, I know what you're telling me what you can't do. What are the options that you can do? Do you have, let's say you have an older aunt or uncle that never had any kids. They bought and paid for their own home. They're getting older in age. They can't take care of the yard. Yeah, you know what? You don't have any experience in doing that. But they have everything other than the youth, the flexibility, and the strength. You go and you start taking care of those things. What will turn out more than likely, greater than 50% of the time, they're going to say, hey, I know you're paying a lot in rent, blah, 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 blah. I have a 3 or a 4 bedroom house. Why don't you move in here, take care of the place? That, and then what will happen is we'll work towards me putting you in the will, put my house, will it to you, or put it into a trust for you, or to help give you a leading edge to get yourself your own place. That happens. Don't tell me it doesn't, because I know people I know that it has happened for, and it's been more than 10 people I'm aware of. The other thing is, Thumper, how many people have you helped pour concrete, put up a structure, and basically all they did is basically feed you lunch and or dinner and a couple of beers after, or whatever it may be?
I grew up on a farm doing that all the time.
Right. How much did you learn by doing that? Knowing nothing, going and helping, just being an extra pair of hands, you learned a lot.
Yeah, I learned how to form concrete and trowel it and do, get it so there's no bubbles in it, setting up the footings and everything else. I learned all that when I was 10.
Yep.
Okay, so if I can learn it at 10, you can learn it at 20, 30, 40, whatever.
Right. And it doesn't make you any less of a man because you don't know how to do that, because all of us had to learn it from somebody. We weren't born with these skills to know how to do this. I know I've helped many friends of mine. I worked for a master plumber for a decade. I can plumb damn near anything, just about damn near anywhere.
An apprenticeship works.
Yes, it does.
Get that entry-level job and learn it.
Exactly. How many times have I gone and I got a buddy he's in a bind, he's in a pinch, he needs this or that. I'm like, dude, you know what? You help me, I'll help you. Pay it forward, pay me back later. One hand washes the other. And I've taken care of things, and then all of a sudden I need something fabricated. Dude's a welder. He'll make me anything I want. I saved
Well-
them $1,000 to $2,000 on a water heater.
Well, Saint, I'm going to address Saint's comment here real quick. Again, brother, that's subjective. Success is not the same to everybody. While it would be nice to have a family and kids to leave all of this behind, that's not necessarily what all men are required to do. They're not required to do that. It's going to come down to what that man wants to do. Why do we do it? That's a question that each and every one of us on this panel, in the chat, every man out here in the culture has got to answer for himself. There is no one answer size fits all to this problem we're talking about. It's not.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're so used to having this instant gratification, one size fits all answer to everything in our culture, and it just doesn't work that way. These are bigger, complex issues than just simply answering it for all men.
Yeah.
That's part of the man's journey in this culture, is to find out for himself. But I get what you're saying, and I do agree.
Yeah, he's talking about incentive.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
But
there is
I've
no
always
incentive.
made my own incentive because
Well,
I grew
Jackal-
up on a farm with nothing. So if I
Jackal-
wanted it, I had to work for it and build it.
Yeah. Jackal, I did want to get your take on it too. So if you have a second, if you've got a stable connection now.
Because he's like
Yeah,
30
I
years younger
think-
than me.
I think I just need to stop trying to use StreamYard on my phone, because apparently my phone doesn't like StreamYard anymore. So
Yeah.
I guess I'm just not gonna do Jackal on the road anymore. Just gonna have to stay in this stupid fucking office.
I think Rhino just has one of his grannies messing you up.
What the fuck?
Well,
I quit.
again,
I won't let it die.
Again, Saint, not necessarily. There are men born in this culture who are, and I'm not trying to be funny, there are men in this culture who may be sterile. There are men in this culture who might be mentally retarded. Not all men that are born in this culture will be able to do that. So
and even
there
if
is
you
clearly,
do, there's no guarantee that your wife and kids will be around. I mean, I'm divorced twice. The
Yeah.
ex poisoned my kids against me. She took my house, $250,000 of my income, which I barely made that much over 15 years. I mean, did I give up? No. I'm like, well, I got shit I want to do with my time on this planet, because you get so much time here, and what you do with it matters. There was a while back I was talking with somebody, and I was like, there's 2 dates in your life that are the most important: the day you come screaming out of that meat chute, and the day that you go into the dirt. And on your gravestone there's a dash in between them. You make the dash worth something. It can just be worth something to you. It doesn't have to be worth something to anybody else, but it should be worth something to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, Thumper, you and I talked about that before, a while back. And, like I told you before, I came to this world kicking and screaming, and I'm leaving the same way.
Oh, yeah. I'm going out
Clothing
with a
optional,
high-speed
right?
impact, almost guaranteed.
Oh God.
But, yeah,
oh man,
it is the dash between the dates that actually matters. And if you were looking at the sole foundation of you have to reproduce and bring offspring into the world, if that is the only foundation and it's the only thing driving you,
Yeah, you're gonna have a bad time, as South Park would say.
it's gonna be a very bumpy road for you. You may want to find something else that'll bring you fulfillment. I'm not saying it's not going to. I'm just saying it is going to be a very difficult road. And if we all know that the news media and big media companies lied to us about everything else, when they started selling you the white picket fence and the wife and kids and everything else, you think they were right about that, or do you think they were lying to you? I mean, there is the biological imperative to reproduce, but you have to look at it a different way.
Fucking road pirate.
would you
I see you.
would you want to bring another life into this world and be like, well, have fun, see you later, I'm out, and strangle and just dump them into this sinking ship of a world we have going on now? Or would you want to work to make it better so that someday in age, somebody in your family can have a much better life during their time than you did during yours?
Yeah.
And that is kind of the double-edged sword, because we are in the situation we are now because previous generations always wanted their following generation to have it better than they did.
Mm-hmm.
It's a vicious cycle, and life is difficult.
More to it than that.
The
American dream still works. All right, the principles that the United States is founded on are still sound. Right,
Mm-hmm.
self-determination. It's still sound.
Right, yeah.
What's happening right now is everything is being subverted.
Yeah.
It's being undermined.
Big time.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's the influence from the media, the education apparatus, government. They're working against us because they don't want us to be, the land of opportunity anymore. They want to profit from us.
Mm-hmm.
They want to turn us into a bunch of consumers that just eat the bugs and live in the pod.
Yeah.
Because
psychological enslavement.
That is an easy way to turn us into a monetized asset rather than a threat.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
This
Right
hour
now,
brought to you. I was going to say, this hour brought to you by Tyson Bugs. And no,
Oh man, I got so sick when I saw that.
yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, you guys are right, because certain people, what they're doing is what we see in modern society is psychological enslavement. You have to do X, Y, Z. You're expected to do X, Y, Z. Step A, B, C, and they're trying to reinforce this to you to try and manipulate your internal need to belong. Which Ryan, I know you missed out on that when I said we need to buckle down and get to that need to belong stream.
No, I heard parts of it. I just was still overheating.
All right.
That's one thing that I lack.
Yeah.
I don't need to belong to anything.
Yeah, well, but basically speaking, all humans
do,
at 90% of all humans fall into that need to belong foundation at some point in time in their life.
Yep, they need acceptance.
Yep.
Yeah, but I mean, Thumper, when we were kids, we needed to belong to something, a family or a small community or whatever it was, to get us to where we are.
I grew up
basic
fucked
tribalism.
up, so
yeah, it's the basic foundation of tribalism.
You got a little bit of what I had to deal with growing up on Pop Stream the other night. So I'm not normal.
Yeah,
well,
but
none
it
of us
gives
are.
me an interesting insight into how other people work, because I've never given a shit what anybody thinks of me.
Yeah, and the other thing is that you are part of our community. You come back for more. I mean, even the slight razzing we give Rhino, he keeps coming back for more.
I don't know why. Listen, I'm going to take another month off. I'll see you guys in December.
Oh,
right.
No Rhino November. Oh no, we can't have that.
I should have done that. I took the wrong month off. I fucked up. All right, next November.
But yeah, I mean, there is that basic foundation in people, and we can either deny it or we can accept it. But if we are accepting that we do need to belong to something, there is a risk and a reward for that. But we can't have just the reward; we have to accept the risk as well. Polska, Rhino, stop it! Get some help.
Rhino needs a cuddle.
Why the hell did I come back? I was enjoying my time away from you assholes.
He needs a hug and a butt squeeze.
I was going to say, Rhino, if you kept taking time off like this, I was going to be forced to have to go get a StreamYards account and stream on my own.
Nah, well, you can still do that if you want. I'm back, man. I just needed to clear my fucking head and enjoy life a little bit. Especially, and I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I didn't mention this earlier when I brought it up, but with this whole fucking liver scare, and I got a doctor's appointment here in about 30 days. I'm like, it made me kind of wake up and go, I don't know how much longer I got on this earth. I don't, and I wanted to take some time, if just briefly, to go do some things I wanted to do. I got on a skateboard and I rolled my ankle, and it was good and it was great. It's still bruised as fuck, but you know what? I did something fun, and even though I got a little bit of a limp, I'm happy I did it.
Getting hurt, having fun is
Oh,
awesome.
that's the reason why you got a limp. Okay,
Oh,
gotcha.
he wanted to be Tony Hawk. Okay.
So a question: Do we need to get you a walker so you have one like someone else?
No. But the first 2 days I was using my fucking cane. That sucked.
Welcome to my world, man. I've been crippled since 2004.
Yeah, well, as soon as the bruises are gone, I'm getting back on the board. I'm just saying, I'm gonna learn that fucking thing. So
that's what she said.
Oh, fuck off. And I mentioned earlier, I went out. Maybe it sounds gay. I don't fucking care. I went out to a pumpkin patch. They got the horse-drawn carriage. They take you out in the field. They drop you off, let you pick your pumpkins. So I did all that. That was fun. I watched some shows I wanted to watch. I went out and actually went to a park and checked out downtown. And there was this ghost adventure tour they were doing where they told you stories about people from the town I'm living in now. And
the ghost tour.
It was really cool. So anyway, before you fucking guys have anything else smart ass to say.
Yeah, Sean, I'm beginning to think he's trying to cripple himself so he can become like the women he likes.
Hey,
one with the woman.
I'm gonna put you backstage, you son of a bitch.
Wow.
I'll bring him back.
It's just a joke, man.
But
listen, fucker, I told you I'm watching you.
Wow.
You see that carbonized beaver in Gilded last night? Squirrels can be carbonized too.
Wow. Wow.
Oh yeah, fun time.
Yeah, going out in the pumpkin patch is fun when you don't grow up on a farm.
So much love on this panel. Jeez.
It's good for city people.
I didn't grow up on a farm. When I was in middle school, high school, we lived out on 32 acres out in the forest, which was cool because I got to get on the old riding tractor and mow all that down, and it was a fun little way to enjoy an afternoon.
Yeah,
operate light equipment. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's good training.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, though, recharging your batteries, going out and doing what works for you, what gives you purpose, what gives you a reason to continue to go on, that's different for all of us. It really is.
One thing that I found about men, though, is manual labor is one of the best things to clear your mind and relieve stress.
I will fucking tell you.
Something I will
fucking tell you, on this break, I've done more in my weekends than I've probably done in a long fucking time. Like just last weekend, I put away, this is simple shit, but put away the Halloween stuff. And it's because the fucking Christmas stuff is in the back of the closet. I drug it out. But I also detailed the car, changed the oil, did all sorts of shit around the house, and it felt good. I feel like the last few months especially, I've been glued to the computer. Because I'll go to work, I come home, and then I'm on Pop's show, or I'm on my show, or I'm on somebody else's show. And it's like I needed a break from that, and I recommend everybody do that. Just take a break from reality and do something for yourself.
No,
so you were in the closet and you came out.
You're taking a break to reality because your own little world, your bubble is reality. All this other
that makes
stuff,
sense.
it's periphery.
Yeah.
Yes, and that has been the point. That has been the point that I've tried to drive home. This is not a one-size-all-fits answer.
Who says
not
that
every man? Not every man born into this life is going to be able to bear and have children. That's just not going to happen.
If you look at history, most of them didn't.
No, about 60 to 80% didn't.
You're going to have men that are born with some sort of functional defect, mental defect, physical defect. it's not possible. So
Well, also look at how many men died in combat from
Yes.
disease,
Right.
animal attacks, just basic accidents. You break your leg in the 1600s, you're done.
Right. Well, a challenge a lot of
All those
guys
guys just didn't reproduce.
a lot of one of the challenges that's a real hard pill for a lot of men to swallow is when we are born men, we are born expendable. Men are not needed to, continue the species. A small portion of them are needed, but that's about it. And that's a very tough and hard pill to swallow for a lot of guys. And you know what? That's part of the nature of life. But, Thumper's right. I mean, going out and doing something physical gives you a sense of purpose. It shows you what you are made of. It shows you your endurance, what you can do if you put your mind to it. And you pick a project that you can work start to finish. And that's one thing that'll bring a man satisfaction. Very few people can, even women, can't look at something and say, I'm going to complete X, Y, and Z and build this or make this. They don't gain satisfaction from completion of a task like men do.
Yeah.
There's another side to that. There's, I'm this muscle-bound freak because of my military time, right?
Yeah.
So even though I'm 54, I can do a lot of crazy stuff that most people wouldn't even imagine. My daughter brought these two kids to help me load up these two. This is basically 120 bags of wood pellets.
Okay.
And each bag is 40 pounds, right? So the old guy is on the ground flinging them up to the two kids in the truck.
Yeah.
I had those kids just panting and God, give us a break.
Huffing and puffing.
Right. And I'm just flinging them. And they was like, man, your dad's a machine. Jeez.
Yeah.
Well, and then when I was pulling the old 64 Le Mans out of the trees, right? There was this young kid. He's like early or late 20s, right? He got the land and he just wanted to get the car out of there. So he sold it to me. I had to dig around the hubs because the brakes have been sitting in the dirt for the last 50 years. So they're all rusted, right? So I dug these great big holes so I could get underneath and then lift the car up and put wheels on it. But I also had to take a sledgehammer and bash the brake drums until they broke off. So I'm sitting there just 10 minutes on each wheel, just wailing with the 16-pound sledge. And the guy is sitting there videotaping me being like, good Lord. So the kids don't really realize, what they're capable of, because everything that I do, every other man could do if he put in the work to get there.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
it's just, they don't realize it. So they're just like, holy smokes, this guy's,
Yeah. But Thumper, I mean, you are true. You're right. And you're correct to a point. I'm a guy about your size. I mean, a little bit smaller than you, a few years younger than you. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure you and I can probably pick up a truck and walk away with it.
Just about.
Yeah, because we're both about, a little bit smaller than you, but active. But
you're taller than me.
Yeah.
Everybody's taller than me.
I'm 6'220", but, been very active most of my life. But, can a little 5'5", 130 pounder do what you and I do? Not right off the bat.
My brother is 5'6". All right. He's an Army vet and a 3-time state wrestling champ in Nebraska. So already pretty badass.
Yeah.
But he's 5'6", weighs 170 pounds, and he can keep up with me. He just can't lift as much. And I can lift really heavy stuff. But, he just up and runs away from me. With all the stuff he does.
Yeah.
He's a helicopter pilot. He builds model airplanes, and it's just amazing all the stuff that he does.
Yeah, I mean, my older brother is 6'3", like 150, 160 pounds. Dude could run 5 or 6 miles without breathing heavy.
Yeah,
and without breaking.
My brother, and he smokes too.
Yeah, without breaking a sweat. But can my brother go over and pick up a transmission, throw it over his shoulder, and walk away with it? No. Can I? Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Do I think?
4L80s are a little bit much. They're, kind of bulky, and it's just ungainly trying to lift one of those up.
Yeah.
You just pick it up, and carry it, but throwing it on your shoulder is a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, I mean, throwing an old Hemi 4-speed up on your shoulder. I mean,
Oh, God.
it's a little tricky, but you can do it.
Well, I used to basically carry that much for a couple of miles every night.
Good
Yeah.
God.
Was I supposed
Right.
to add something, or should I just go and eat lunch?
And
No,
then you got the
no,
hitch, right?
please
Thompson?
do. Jackal,
But-
jump on in.
Jack.
And Troglodyte's right. Most men accept that they are disposable. The hard pill to swallow is being disposable with no reward. You got to make
Yeah.
your own reward.
Yeah.
Jack,
you have to
I'm
make
gonna
your
let
own
Jackal
reward.
have the. Let's let a Jackal have the floor here because I think
Yeah, come on, young
it's
guy.
been like 45 minutes or something.
I don't
Get in
even
here, kiddo.
know what I'm supposed to be talking about here.
Your perspective on the world and your generation and how you feel about shit, man.
I'll be
My
right back.
generation's full of bullshit. That's about it. I mean, it's full of lazy people that don't understand how the world works, and the instant gratification or whine like a bitch. That's about what they are.
Well, newsflash, that was the Gen Xers too.
Wow, really?
Most of them were just like, they were all about the fads. The 80s were like popped collars and members only jackets and stupid crap. And
Yeah.
they were all like, just they thought that I was like just so square and so weird, right? But then at our 10-year reunion, I had all the girls coming up to me and being like, yeah, you were ahead of all of us. You knew that all this stuff was just like bullshit, didn't matter, and you were like on your mission already. I'm like, yeah.
That's what my class said about me.
That's the way you are when you're young. Most people run off and go with the crowd. Some of us, we go off and do our own damn thing.
Yeah.
Well,
That's the way I was with my class. I was told that I was one of the more mature ones, even compared to the teachers' pets that would go on to become the valedictorian and the
They're just brown
salutatorian.
nosers.
Yeah, they were just a bunch of girls with no lives outside of shoving their face in a book.
Yeah, bookmarks don't mean shit, by the way. You can be completely retarded as long as you can pass the test. That's all they care about.
No, quite literally, I came up with the answer to a mathematical equation faster than one of the smartest girls in our class. It was a simple multiplication
There you
problem,
go.
and she had to sit there for a second, and I just spat it out.
Girls suck at math.
Well, yeah, the only way they can get good at math is by just drilling it into their skull, by just staring at a book and having no life outside of that. That's about it. But
that's
no.
one of the reasons why public education fails, because not everybody learns the same.
No, and
Yeah,
that's
I
why
learned
my dad
hands-on.
pulled me out of. He pulled me out of public school at 3rd grade, literally in the middle of class. He said, "Get your shit. We're walking out." And I was homeschooled for all of middle school because public school was shit, and it turns out that I could test in the top 5% of the state, learning at my own pace.
Hey, there you go, Jackal. A comment from Sean there down on the bottom of the screen.
Like Thumper
I
said, that's
feel old.
like Thumper said. That's why some of these older, when we had wood class and automotive in school, that's why a lot of these guys learned better. It was a lot more beneficial, right? Trade school. Then what happened? They started shutting all that down. For who knows
By
why?
design.
Yeah.
They don't want people like me.
We don't even have home ec. We didn't have home ec at my school until senior year, and it was by vote. They weren't going to make it required. They said, if you want this class to be on the roster for you to pick from, then vote for it. If you want this class, then you vote for it.
And home ec should be along with civics.
Yeah, it
You know,
should be. Oh, that's the
learn
other
how to
one.
write check or balance checkbooks. Learn how to, but even though it's all debit cards and automatic pay now, you still need to know how to balance your account.
Yeah, that one wasn't even
And
required. That
you
was
should
just
know
the
how
biggest
to
waste
cook,
I had was my
butcher
economics
animals.
class.
All, you know.
Yeah, you know, you should really also know how to write a fucking budget. And I mean down to the fucking penny. You should know what everything costs every month, and you should be able to set money aside for emergencies and shit on top of that. If you don't have a written budget that you can look at, I do it twice a month. I have a middle of the month and the end of the month, and I know down to the penny what I need to make. You know, now as a contractor, my pay shifts, so I got to figure out how to make up for it if it's getting lighter, like I was mentioning earlier in the stream. But I know what I need to survive. And if you don't have that, man, you don't have a roadmap at all. That's one of the basic things you should have down.
Well,
If
Jay,
you're running lean, you need to do that.
Yeah.
Well, Jay, not only did shop class work because it was hands-on, but we had real men in those classes keeping all those boys in line. You know, you didn't have these women in the classes like they do now. Oh, you sit down, and then the school students are about ready to throw books through the windows and whatever. Fight the teacher.
I mean, like back in the day when the teacher would actually have a wooden paddle hanging over his desk.
Yep. They treat boys like broken girls now. And if they act like a boy, they medicate them.
The gym coach, the PE coach would whoop your ass if you got out of line. The principal.
Oh yeah.
Son, you better not get out of line, and he'd smack that paddle against the wall and get everybody's attention real quick.
But notice what you said, Outlaw, is the fact that you said he. How many of our schools actually have teachers and administrators that are men?
They don't.
Yeah, my school had a female principal, but we had a male superintendent, and I could tell that man was definitely whipped by his wife.
Yeah.
Well,
and when I go ahead, Mike.
Oh, I was just gonna say when I was in high school, I played sports. I loved sports, but we had a few male teachers, and all of my coaches were teachers. That was part of the deal. If they were going to coach, they had to teach. They mandated any one of their players be in their classes. They held all of us, if we acted up, if we failed a quiz, if we didn't turn in our homework, we were benched for a freaking week. They held all of us to a completely higher standard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sucked, but
it worked.
All of us, we had every sport we competed in. At the beginning of the season, we had to sign a morality clause contract. There were guys that I know that got parking tickets that got suspended for a week in sports. They got benched. If you got caught speeding, you were benched for a week. If you were caught doing something out in society, you were benched for a week, if not the season, depending on the severity. And they held us accountable. And what they did is if somebody screwed up like that everybody suited up for practice, everyone's going through everything, hey, Joe, get over here. You did X, Y, Z. Here is the police report. You're off the team, or you're benched for 2 weeks. You're out for 3 games. You're out for a week.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that only happened once or twice. And everybody
public humiliation needs to be brought back on the individual perpetrator. Mass punishment never works. It never works.
You see, when you lose, and I know all you guys understand this, and you guys in the chat, when you lose and you get defeated, that's called character building.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's called learning a lesson and striving to do better next time.
You learn so much more by losing and failing than you do by winning.
Very true.
Oh my God. My cars got so much faster because I lost so much when I was first racing.
Yeah.
And I got so much better at wrestling because I just got tired of getting beat.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I would just go out there and just destroy kids.
Well, and I talked to a lot of guys when I was in my 20s. I went into Muay Thai. I spent my first 3 years in Muay Thai getting my ass kicked. Do you know what I learned in those 3 years?
discipline and humility.
Yep. And then I also learned how to defend myself, how to block. And at 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8 years into that, it got brutal in the ring. It did, and it was fun. Talk about a great way to get aggression out and a great way to learn something. That's a great way to do it. Is it going to work for everybody? No.
Any combat sport should be like, mandatory for boys. You have to do something.
Yeah.
Wrestling, BJJ, it can even be Taekwondo, which is mainly just kicking. But, every boy should have to go through that kind of training, because that teaches you so much discipline.
Oh, yeah.
And humility. And the kids that go through that and become proficient and good at it are not the kids that are going out and starting fights. They're the kids that go out and finish them.
Yep.
Right. Well, the thing you learn in those, one of the many things you do learn in that first 3 years or so, is what it feels like to get hit. You know what it's like to be in a fight. You know it sucks. And you also learn that nobody ever wins a fight.
Well, you also learn not to underestimate people. Because that kid that looks like nothing and just cleans your clock.
Exactly. And those who know how to fight are the ones who don't want to fight.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, those are all very important skills. Those are very important things to learn at a very formative age. And the way the education system in this world is structured, it's not structured for the male learning and the male style and the male aptitudes. I'm not saying that means all guys are screwed as far as academia. No. What we need to do is we need to learn how to bring it into our own realm of learning. And
I have an idea about that, because the chick I was seeing in Chicago, she wanted me to be like a male role model for her kids, because I am like the manliest, most masculine man she's ever met. She's like, you have rough hands. All the guys that I meet down here have soft hands and they work in offices. So she wanted her kids to have my sensibilities, and now one of her kids is like this monster wrestler.
Good.
But yeah, so I had a good impression on him. But
that's awesome.
When he was little, like, 5th, 6th grade, when I first met him, right, they were making him play tag, and you couldn't run, and you could only tag people by touching them on the shoulder with your pinky.
Yeah.
Okay. So with school, it's, find your way through it, do what you got to do. It sucks. It's not made for you. Fill in the blanks. Check the boxes for the paper pushing twats, right?
Yep.
Just handle that. I mean, it's just like having a job. You hate the job, but you do what you got to do. So you handle it.
Right.
Then on top of that, the extracurricular activities, whether it was wrestling for me or drag racing for me or going out and picking up chicks for me or whatever you want to do with your time, that's where you put your focus, right? You have the job that you have to do and you have to drudgery through it. Then you put in the time and the effort to learn the things that are important to you and do those things.
Yeah.
So having a shitty education system actually benefits you for, being able to succeed outside of your job.
Yeah.
It's the same sort of thing. Because I learned so much more since I've gotten out of school. I couldn't even, because of the parochial school they sent me to until 7th grade. 7th grade was my first year in public school, right? I couldn't tell time with a regular clock. Their idea of teaching me math was flashcards, so my math sucked. Now that I've learned the basic math, it's intuitive to me. It turns out I'm smarter than anybody ever thought. And they were talking about putting me in special ed classes, right?
Yeah.
So you can have bad teachers, but then you can overcome that. And since then, I've done most of my jobs were technical machining, where I'm working with millions of tolerance and doing, this long calculus so I can figure out true position and all this other shit. So you can get around your poor education. It just takes you longer unless you actually like really apply yourself. And I really applied myself. That Crete truck's from my home state.
Huh. There you go.
But yeah, they're from Lincoln, Nebraska. Crete's in Nebraska. But you can look at it like they're holding you back, or you can look at it like they're preparing you for the drudgery.
Oh, Speedy Gonzalez.
Yeah, he's in a hurry.
Yeah, well, I think that was a woman, but I'm not surprised.
Got a cornfield to get to.
Gonzalez can be applied to any Latina, I guess.
There you go.
But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different ways. A lot of
Gonzalez.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways that we all learn. But like I said previously, without defeat, we can't appreciate victory. Without getting your butt kicked in a ring or getting your butt kicked in practice, you can't learn how to be prepared and how to handle these other lessons. Because you're learning your humility. You're learning what you can and can't do. You learn not to underestimate others. I mean, there's a lot of life lessons learned in those things, and unfortunately, a lot of people aren't taught those early life lessons. And that's sad that our society has gone that way. Am I going to say it? We're completely circling the drain and there's no chance of stopping it? No, we can stop it. But we have to have enough people that are not selfish and not self-motivated only for their own, gratification and their own glory and their own brownie points, so to speak.
You can be motivated for your own self-gratification. That's not the problem. The problem is life is too soft.
Yes.
Right? It's too easy. There's no danger. There's no survival pressure. Right?
Not at all.
But it's coming. But it's coming.
Yeah, just around the corner now, I think.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that one.
It's coming. It's coming quick, and not many people are aware of it. But in 1929, when the markets crashed and everything happened, people were jumping out of buildings. People couldn't live with it. There were a lot of people using the self-checkout lane after that. And then if you look at back in 20, look at how the social isolation and the lockdowns were occurring. There were a lot of people using the self-checkout lane because they couldn't go to a party. They couldn't live like that.
And look at what generation they usually belong to.
Yeah, I'm really fucking glad, and I'm just speaking from personal experience, that I did not have an easy life. Now, granted, it's carried over many times, but the business license I use to do this job right now, I started sleeping at a truck stop in the back of a pickup truck. I would do roadside repair, go get somebody a battery or, fix something on their car or tow them with a tow chain, and I started doing that. I'd sleep at a truck stop, and sometimes the scratch tickets on the ground that were winners that people just threw away, that was my dinner. So I've been there, I've done that. And because of that, everything else in comparison, granted, I still bitch and whine sometimes. I think that's human nature. But, everything in comparison, I can survive that shit. It's like once you've gone through the hard shit, and I recommend it, I do. I recommend it. Go through the shit once in a while, because once you do, it first of all, you get some humility from that. But also, when other hard shit comes your way, you're like, fuck, dude, I've been through worse than that. I'll survive this. So.
Yep, that's what I ran into with the wars.
They're called. Go ahead, Thump.
Okay. Like 1990, right? The war kicked off. It was just absolutely crazy. I was at the base with was like 85 or 90% of the airplanes going through to the desert and coming back, right? And I had to go to every plane, 60 to 80 planes in a night. So I just got used to, it's crazy ops tempo, and you just do it, right? Then I get out and come back in 2000, and I'm down in Charleston. And before the war started, they would freak out when they had 3 planes at the same time. And I'm like, man, I used to run 5 planes at the same time all friggin' night. No biggie.
Yeah.
You know, it was just my paradigm was totally different than theirs. They had no idea what was coming when the war kicked off in 2003. And I was just like, oh, well, same old, same old. And they're just like, oh, God, what are we going to do? You know?
Yeah.
Yep.
And I'm like, okay, do it this way, and this way. And they're like, oh, no, that won't work. And I'm like, this is how we did it in the first war. If you do it this way, you know, it'll be fine. And they're like,
Been there,
you're
done
just
that.
an E5. What do you know? And I'm like, I was there.
I was there. Mm.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the experience is a great teacher, and that's going right back to point we addressed maybe an hour and a half ago or so, where being thumper guys like you, me, we're kind of the older guys now. I mean, Pop, some of the other Brandon, some of the older guys in the community. What we can do and what we can leave as our lasting legacy is the younger guys like Jackal, Dinocide, Outlaw, some of the guys that are not in their 40s yet, and other guys in the rest of the community. We can say, hey guys, we know what you're going through. We did this stuff 10, 15 years ago. Watch out for these pitfalls. If we can be the big brother, if we can be the uncle, we can be the ones that can help some of these younger guys go through and not make the same mistakes that we did. We can share, saying you're right, share our knowledge.
Yep.
Share the knowledge.
Provide the guidance that they can't get from their dad, because we have so many more experiences than their dad does, even if their dad's around.
Yep.
Key point, even if their dad is around.
Yeah.
Because a lot of, if you look at 50-60% of all marriages end in divorce, and who's starting that? I mean, there's a lot of young men, it's been said in the chat before, a lot of young men are purposeless, rudderless, no direction, no guidance. So what can us guys do? We can offer guidance, we can offer direction. I'm not saying you got to be 40 to start offering that direction. All I'm saying is that can be a purpose for guys in a community. I know Tommy D's talked about doing. He's got a young unicorn in his neighborhood. Kid cuts grass, takes care of leaves, teaches his kid a lot of stuff.
The kid's got a mission. He's got something he wants to do. He's got that burning desire to achieve something.
Right. Yeah. And
he wants it, and he's putting in the work to get it.
Exactly. And teaching that generational knowledge, what that can be is, guys, you get in your 20s, say, okay, you know what? I'm learning from guys twice my age now. I'm in my 20s. I don't know a lot, but I found a community that I can learn a lot from. What I'm going to do is, my purpose is, I am going to work hard, focus on me as a person, live my happiest, best life that brings me the most peace. And when I find, a 16, 18, 20-year-old kid that's lost, rudderless, no purpose, no direction, my legacy is going to live on passing my base of generational knowledge onto the next generation of knowledge. So it's going to build and it's going to continue. So you have reoccurring generation after generation of generational knowledge and intellectual wealth being passed on. And realistically, that's how we can feasibly live forever.
You have to find the kids that want it. Right?
Well,
in this situation with YouTube, they'll find us.
Yeah, they will.
Right? Like, I make car videos, and I'm going to start doing like basic how-tos. They'll find that.
Yeah.
And then, eventually it's going to help somebody down the road. I had some guy yesterday, he commented to me, he's like, nobody cares about your life stories. It's all like blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, the only reason I tell anybody about my horrible life stories is so that, one, guys know that they're not the only one going through shit. And two, that if you persevere and just make it through it, life gets better.
Yeah. Yeah, Cliff, you were going to say something?
Yeah, go Cliff.
Well, I think one of the other parts too is, like, it is well and good that we're out here trying to pass on knowledge to younger folks and learning from older folks. And actually, it doesn't matter what age you are; you can always learn something new from from a different perspective. I think one of the other big issues that we're running into is the fact that the environments of which we should be able to do this in are diminishing. They're forcibly being taken away. One of the biggest things that I had growing up as a kid was Boy Scouts. That does not exist as it did, like even 10 years ago. And and that is one of the biggest environments where I learned a lot of stuff as an adolescent, becoming a young man, and learning from a lot of the adults. I learned how to tie knots, do lashings, be able to do basic first aid, like pretty much all the pseudo military stuff before I even joined the army.
Start a fire, put a fire out.
Put a fire out.
They're both important.
Yep. No, they're both very important. I mean, and also just some of the other dumb stuff that we did as kids. It allowed us to have the outlet. Like I know, Nate, you said that kids got to be able to go and join a sport, and they should be doing that. Well, I didn't really do sports because I sucked, but I did Boy Scouts. That was my outlet. I did hiking. I did I literally did mountain climbing. I did backpacking. That was my sport, and I did that for solid 10 years. I got all the way up to Eagle, and that was the space where I learned a lot of that stuff. I also got out a lot of my dumb, stupid male aggression, the grunts and the groans. I mean, I remember one night we had a scout meeting, and we literally had the entire meeting where we were talking like cavemen. That was literally all we did. Oh, exactly. But it was a space where we had that kind of outlet. And we learned stuff. But those spaces are diminishing. Why? Because somebody's saying you're not being inclusive enough. It's like
that's not the why.
No.
The why is they do not want men like me and Nate, the guys that are, capable and competent.
Yeah.
Because if you don't have competent men, you have a weak society.
Right.
No, it's true.
Yeah. And Cliff, you doing the Boy Scout thing. I never did that. I did sports. But it's something active. It's something that engages your drive, your motivation. It teaches you how to use your body. It teaches you how to be physical, how you move. You are learning what you and your body are capable of doing. That's what sports are great for.
Yeah.
And I would say anything like, whether it be a martial art, whether it be Boy Scouts, whether it be something like that, I put those on like the category of like a sport. You're learning physics and you're learning how you move. And Thumper's right. I mean,
muscle memory.
Exactly. Guys like Thumper and I mean, we know how to move. I mean, you see those guys that are actually like physically awkward. Like you can tell they've been a bookworm their entire life. They've never gone out and started a fire. They've never gone fishing. They've never thrown a ball. They are physically awkward. Like they struggle to have balance, to have hand-eye coordination, foot-eye coordination. Seeing some people that have been bookworms their entire lives and have never done anything like that, I've seen them out there, and it is scary to watch.
Mike Rowe had a video about that. He was talking about how they're having a hard time getting surgeons because they don't have the hand-eye dexterity to do it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. The kids aren't learning how to, they don't have the toys like we had, where you put the star and the square into the hole. Right. Yeah. So they're not building that.
There was literally a game for that.
Right.
Right. Exactly.
So the kids now are all swiping and tapping. They're not getting hands on.
No, they're not.
And you can get a simulator, a game that simulates working on cars, but it's nothing like working on cars.
It's not. Yeah. No. Yeah. A video game of fishing is not the same as fishing.
No. Oh God, no.
Mm-hmm.
But I do like fishing and like, what is it? Red Dead Redemption and there's another game that you can fish.
Grand Theft Auto.
I haven't fished in that one except with hand grenades. Kids
I know
aren't
you can
learning
drive.
the hands-on stuff now.
No.
Well, I know you can drive boats in that game. I don't know fish.
I just build shit in my basement. That's all I do is I
That
just
works,
build
man.
shit.
Eventually, you'll get into building bigger shit. I started out with drawing and then models and then, actual cars.
Yeah.
I've got 3D software so I can actually design things and then get measurements and then go downstairs to the basement and actually either metal cast it because I need to build that kiln and a forge.
Yeah.
And then, because right now I'm stuck with having to build out of either wood, cardboard, or glue, or Legos.
We'll have to get you
Gentlemen, we're gonna try something interesting here in the next few minutes. I'm gonna roll a break here. No, we already did that. Already done. It was a short day today. But what we're gonna do is try to transfer the stream. I'm waiting to see what Murphy does. We're gonna try to transfer this stream from a phone to a computer, and then close it up there. We'll go for a little while longer. I got to see if I got a cover for Blake tonight. Not sure if I do or not yet, but I'm going to find out. But we'll run the stream for a little bit longer, and then we'll get out of here. But we're going to do a quick break in, fuck it. Might as well do it now and get it over with. And then you'll see me disappear for a second. I'll come back, hopefully on a computer, and we'll continue on. But panel, feel free to continue while I am gone as well. Let me run. What do I want to run? Well, Thumper, he likes the old stuff, old ladies and all that. Won't let it die. Let's see. What do we got? I think we got the old. I don't know. Yeah, fuck it. We'll do it. Here's our break.
Hello, my name is Red Pill Rhino. You may know me from such shows as The Redonkulous Show and Jimmy Bones Waffle Hour. Today I want to talk to you about a subject that is near and dear to my heart. Cougars. Older women often know what they want in the bedroom and are confident in their sexuality, which can lead to a more satisfying, intimate experience for both partners. However, oftentimes most younger men don't realize the richness and joy an older cougar can bring to their lives. Not only will a cougar shower her young lover with attention and affection, but she will also reward her young lover with gifts and riches. Not only now, but with her insurance policy in the future when things, how can I put this, come to an end. You are probably asking, Rhino, how can I tap into this amazing opportunity? Well, that is where I'm here to help. Introducing the Red Pill Rhino Master Cougar Slayer Academy. My patented system takes you from level 0 to level 10 hero in no time at all. I will teach you the skills you need to land your own cougar. You'll learn skills such as what to do when your cougar falls down and can't get up, how to check blood pressure and blood sugar levels correctly, wheelchair maintenance and repair, proper casket shopping and selection, diaper changing etiquette, and much, much more. The process begins when you meet with one of our professional cougar consultants who's trained to match you with the cougar that's right for you. Once matched, you'll be introduced to your cougar via Zoom call. That is, if your cougar knows how to work her computer's camera. From there, you will meet your cougar and your budding love affair will soon bloom into a rich and warm relationship filled with lots of fun times and the many inevitable doctor's visits. All the while continuing your cougar mastery courses to hone your cougar slaying skills. You may ask, Rhino, this sounds expensive. And that is where you'd be wrong because I am bringing you my services for the low, low price of only $69.95 a month. For this amazing low price, your world will be transformed forever. A world where you and your cougar will romp and enjoy life as it was intended. But wait, there's more. Not only will I be bringing you my cougar slaying courses for this incredibly low price, but I'm also going to include the Cougar Cub Connection Network, a place I created for you to meet other like-minded cougars and cubs to share in your amazing journey. But you need to act now as space is limited and classes are filling up quickly. Join the hundreds of happy and satisfied cubs and cougars today by joining the Red Pill Rhino Cougar Hunting Academy. You'll be glad you did, and so will your cougar. Join today by visiting redpillrhino.com. My name is Rhino, Red Pill Rhino. I'm what you call a master cougar slayer, level 10.
That's always hilarious.
Hilarious. Oh my
What
god.
the hell?
And that is the work of Billy Von Baum.
He's my hero. I just sent him an idea. We'll see if he does anything with it. It was a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But
I'm not going to tell you what it was, but it could be fun, especially for the younger people.
oh yeah. Well, that's what it's all about. I mean, I know a lot of guys are in their 20s, 30s, and they're like, "Oh man, I miss this, I miss that, I miss this, I miss that." When I was a kid, I'm like, "All right, dude, you ever volunteer an evening or a weekend to go out and help, the Boy Scouts or this organization or that organization that you enjoyed when you were there?" No, why not? I don't know, I guess never thought about it. It's like, why not do it a couple of days a week or a couple of days a month, depending on what your schedule permits you to do? I mean,
Yep,
pay
that
it
was how
forward.
you got a good performance report in the Air Force. You had to go do something with the community.
Yeah.
Continuing education and go do something volunteer-wise.
Yeah.
Unless you were a
And-
brown noser, and then I had to give you a 5 anyway.
Right. But doing those kind of things teaches you a lot, but it also passes on what you know to the next generation. That's kind of paying it forward. You're continuing on with the guys who taught you. They're living on through you doing that. And that gives you a little bit of a purpose other than just, going through the daily grind of going to work every day. Rinse, repeat. I mean, that gets old fast, and that makes people so compliant if all they're doing is going through the same motions every day. But, Rhino, I mean, if like what happened earlier where you got booted, if I'm here and the stream is continuing with me still being here, then for you to transition off of the phone and over to a computer should be fairly simple to do, right?
Yeah, it should work. Whether you're here or even just a panel guest should work as well. And matter of fact, even if nobody was here, I imagine it would still work, because as long as I can get into the right StreamYard, which should still be up on the computer as well, it should be a pretty easy process.
Okay.
In theory, we've never done this. This is kind of like experimental.
Theoretically.
Yes.
If it fails, it's a lesson.
Yeah.
Right.
And we might be in limbo forever with a stream that never ends. No, that is the good thing.
Right.
Crusader, you're here. So if shit hits the fan, you can always press the in button on there.
Yeah. Then just shoot me a message then.
But no pressure or anything like that.
Yeah, right. I mean, it is kind of an alluring button in the top right-hand corner, just end stream. But I would never do that. But just in fair warning, dude, I know we've been doing this for a while. Be careful not to have your camera up and dox yourself of where you live.
Yeah,
because I've seen people do that before. And they're like, "Oh, I can't believe I did that."
Did I do that while I was trying to use my phone?
No, you didn't.
No, we just saw concrete. That's all.
I just saw your boots on concrete.
Somebody can figure out where the hell I live. I'll be very impressed. That's my place, and I've lived here for 10 years.
I actually have the concluding part of that. Whatever Rhino wanted me to speak on, I just had.
Go ahead.
Something.
Yeah.
I went on a rant yesterday. I was pacing back and forth in my room, literally just talking to myself like I was giving a damn speech. But I forgot it today, so I don't know. But now I can remember it. Gen Z and a lot of the younger folks and the generation that's behind us, what are they called? Generation Alpha or whatever?
Yeah, I think so.
They don't understand the concept of a daily fee for simply existing. This plane of existence charges a fee for every living thing that takes up space in it. That is the only reason why you need to pay that fee, and that fee is hard manual labor or some form of pain or suffering to keep yourself alive. Whether that's toiling in a field to harvest so you can eat, or it's to bust your ass in a rail yard where you have to lift heavy shit, where you could throw out your back, herniate a disc, or break something so you can get paid so you can go to the store and buy food so you can eat. But either way, you need to pay this world something. And by the world, I don't mean the people in it. I don't mean the planet itself. I mean this plane of existence, how God designed it to work. The way he designed it was, if you don't work and there's no one there to pay that fee for you by putting in extra time so you can eat, you don't get to eat. You die. So you need to understand that, accept it, and you need to pull up your tighten those bootstraps so you can, well, pull your fucking weight, because that's how shit works. And these kids don't know that. A lot of people in my generation don't know that. They complain about the littlest things. Me, yeah, I'll pitch a bitch fit here and there, especially if it's the result of somebody else's stupidity, which is starting to show up in greater frequency of occurrence. But either way, I deal with it and I move on, because I now operate like this. Are you dead? No? All right. Pick your shit up and keep going. You just keep going till you're dead, because that's the only time you can truly get a break. When someone says, I want a break, that's just a reprieve from the pain you have to deal with. When you actually want to quit, you only get to do that when they get to throw your corpse in a ditch. That's it.
Right.
That's the only time you actually get to quit. Because even if you say, I quit with society, and you want to go out into the sticks and live like a bushman, well, that doesn't mean that you actually quit. That just means that you refuse to participate in civilization. You still got to toil so you can eat, so you can have a roof over your head, so you don't freeze to death when it's cold. Either way, you still have to toil. If you don't toil, you can always just lay there in the grass and just starve to death, or unless an animal comes along and kills you and eats you first. But either way, you have to toil, because shit's not going to just appear in front of you to sustain you. If you want that, you need to make it. This world only operates with a few moving parts. Other than that, the things that you're needed to sustain you, they're stubborn. They don't move on their own. You have to move them yourself. That means you got to roll your sleeves up and you have to work. It does not seem to be that way for a lot of people. They don't want to work. They don't want to accept the fact that I think it's one of Newton's laws. An object in motion tends to stay in motion. An object that is stationary tends to stay stationary. Well, that's kind of the way it is with everything else, especially if it's sustenance. It doesn't move unless you move it. And if you need it, then you better get over there and get it. It's not going to float over to your mouth so you can eat it. That's not how shit works. Yeah, well, she's probably the one that's laying in the ditch 6 feet under, so whatever.
Yeah.
They have it a little easier than we do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they can ride us like a rented mule.
Right.
And we're all like, hell yeah, as long as I get some snot pocket, I'm happy.
Right. Yeah. But it's a gamble. It's a risk. And there's only two things guaranteed in life: birth and death. Maybe taxes.
I don't pay taxes.
Right, yeah,
I don't want to pay taxes.
As I said,
but
maybe
unfortunately
taxes.
I have to.
Go to foreign countries, get shot at, come back jacked up. You don't pay taxes. Well, you pay like sales tax and shit like that.
Yeah. If I'm gonna go and do that, I may as well just, while I'm over there getting shot at by a bunch of random foreigners, I may as well just kill them, take their shit, and then bring it back into the States, sell it.
But yeah,
Sometimes
I mean,
you
there's
Yeah.
I mean, that was the plan for Ukraine. If I am going to go as a volunteer, I'll just go there. As soon as I get sent out to the field, I'll kill both Ukrainians and Russians, take their shit, and then stash it somewhere. And then when my time's done, I'll fly back here to the States and sell it on the black market.
I'll sell this P-72 to somebody.
yeah. I know a guy's probably looking for one.
Ooh.
We're all on a watch list again. Thanks.
Shipping's
I
going to
actually-
kill you.
But I have
shipping will
a
kill you.
shopping list, though. The shopping list. That's what I'm bringing. I want to get see if I can find an STG-44, a Thompson, AK-74, and I don't feel like getting a Mosin. Those things are just clunky.
Well, a 74 you could get pretty easy.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't know.
Get some gear. The ammo is getting kind of rare.
Yeah, just find a guy that's dead and then take it from him.
Okay.
An MG3. When I heard that the Germans were sending the Ukrainians some of their MG3 machine guns, I thought, oh man, ooh, that'd be nice to steal off of a corpse. Nice.
Jackal, it's not stealing, it's repurposing and reallocation.
It's technically called acquiring because it's just a corpse there. It's an inanimate object at that
Well,
point.
no. They're war trophies.
Previous
That's what
owner
they are.
died and I acquired it. Go ahead.
Yeah, tactically acquired. Yes. It's like it was tactically acquired. It was I saw that the gunners got killed, and I wanted to jump on the gun so it would keep firing, keep that suppressive fire going.
Depends on
I don't know what I
the war
missed, but it
trophies
sounds
are,
good.
Sean.
I got a question for all you guys here. Do you think we are in the midst of a fourth turning event?
Yeah.
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 Without question.
Say that again.
Fourth turning.
Yeah. Do you think we're in the midst of one like right now?
Oh,
We're in
yeah.
the beginning stages of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
This is an interesting one, though, because we've had 80 years of relative peace, so we haven't had millions of young males culled from the population. So
Yeah.
this one's going to be real interesting.
Well, yeah,
Well-
but that's because the population's grown so much in the last 80 years. I mean,
That's because we haven't had a big culling and we make a lot of food.
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of idiots can't keep it in their pants, so they're just fucking like crazy and pumping out more idiots.
Well, sometimes it's idiots can't keep it in their pants. Some other idiots just keep their legs up in the air. It's kind of 50-50 there.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and that
Thumper,
quarter
I know
thing
you-
doesn't work because she can just tuck her knees up into her chest. It still works.
Yeah, Thumper, I know you and I had the fourth turning conversation many months, maybe even years ago. And you remember we were talking about this, and I said that there's been 7 different genetic bottlenecking events in human history that we were able to track. Remember I told you we were starting one?
Yep.
I hate to say I'm right, but
Yeah, the population's collapsing. And I don't think it's by design, although
No.
they are accelerating it with all the, the woke stuff and,
Yeah,
teaching
it's
boys to
accelerating
be
it.
like girls.
yeah.
But,
Well-
in another 100 years, it'll be a completely different world. It'll be like
Oh,
the world
yeah.
is your
I
oyster
don't think
again.
we're coming back from this one.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
No, I don't think so.
a portion will. However,
Humans aren't going
we-
extinct yet.
No, not yet. A portion will. However, the lion's share of the population will be culled. There will be a large. There will be some type of event coming soon. Don't ask me when. It's happened before and it'll happen again, where the human population gets decimated almost to extinction levels. Like I said, it's happened 7 times previously. It will happen again. Will this lead to it? I don't know. Is it possible? Very.
Yes.
Is it likely? Maybe. But is that going to change how I'm going to live? No. Am I going to survive it? I don't know.
I don't think it's going to be in our lifetime.
Mm.
It'll be towards the end.
Yeah, I mean,
Jackal's lifetime probably.
Oh yeah, 20, 30 years.
One thing that we really
Oh, by then that
have
point,
to-
I'll be dead. I'm gonna make sure I'm dead by that point.
in my opinion,
Yeah,
one thing that we really have to do away with is AI.
you don't have to do away with it. What we need to
keep
do
it from getting manufacturing capability.
Well, the thing
Well, what
about
we-
it is it outsources human labor,
Oh
which we
my
talked
God.
about purpose earlier. You know, working
Yeah.
with your hands, working in general, that's purpose. And AI, as you see in the culture, has demonstrated that it's taking purpose away through jobs, and things like that. So,
Okay, you want some insight on that? Because I've basically been retired since I was 35.
yeah.
Okay, so fixed income. I don't have to worry about money or healthcare, right?
Mhm.
But I'm not the kind of guy to just sit around and play video games all the time.
Mhm.
I'm the kind of guy that has to be doing something.
Yeah.
Now, you give like UBI to your average Joe, they're just going to sit around and play video games all day because they don't have anything that they're working towards. So when you have the people that are like me and Nate and Jackal who want to get something out of life, or the kid that's mowing all the lawns,
Yeah.
they will take that basic income and they will turn it into something, and they will build. It's just a constant building. Then you get the other people that don't want to build, they just want to exist. So the people that want to build are going to survive all this, and then it will improve the genetics, because that's what's coming.
Yeah.
They're going to call all the people that are incapable, incompetent, and just unmotivated, unambitious.
Right.
Yeah, your 25-year-old Walmart Wamalo that's 600 pounds sitting in the scooter, bitching and moaning and complaining that things are put on shelves taller than she can reach.
Why are you talking about my ex, bro?
Allegedly.
You
My
may
exes are both in their 40s.
Me.
I don't know. If he knows about his streams, I hope he's not watching.
Exactly, Sean. We can't afford the UBI.
Well, then you would say, or make the argument rather, to repurpose AI. Then, right?
Right.
Yeah, I would. Yeah. I would repurpose it, and much like anything else, there are regulations on certain things, much like you find regulations in society, where there's certain places you just don't, drop a number 2 or, drop a deuce or do something like that. I mean, you don't do it in public pool. You don't whip your junk out and take a leak on a tree in the middle of the street.
Well, I mean, it depends on how bad you got to go.
Or if you're a woman, because then you could literally just put your ass up against a tree on the side of the road and take a piss, and most people wouldn't even care.
Once again, exceptions to the rule, but there are rules, there are regulations for society to be, a public society where people can just live with a certain level of rules and regulations. We can do this. We can put the same kind of regulations in place in AI to prevent it from getting out of hand.
Yeah.
Well, somebody can still turn it into a weapon.
They can.
It would be an extinction event if they did.
Yeah, it would. It seriously would be.
But, there's somebody out there being like, now's his choice. And, we got people that want an extinction.
Yeah, I mean, because now at the level that AI is being used, it's quickly outsourcing a lot of jobs. It's, and now I've got a very active imagination, so I've seen a lot of movies dealing with it. I mean,
well, movies hardly ever get anything right, but go ahead.
No.
Yeah. Mando's here now.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that means I need to change. I gotta change my profile picture then. Hold on.
But yeah,
Can you hear me clearly?
oh, I like that picture.
Ooh. There's a lot of background noise there.
Oh, that's because I'm in my car. If I'm not clear,
That's.
I was gonna say if I'm not clear, I can duck out.
It's pretty potent.
Yeah, it's kind of potent, dude. And
turn down your setting a little bit.
Yeah,
Hang
Dinosaur,
on. Well, that's the problem. I can't turn down the settings. I'm using my car. So hold on a sec.
There we go.
Dinosaur,
yeah, wrap a towel around your head.
There we go. There.
While driving. That's a good idea. All right.
Okay,
it is time to give this a shot.
Yeah, as Dinosaur said, you get a lot of feedback.
Yeah.
Okay, if I'm coming through rough, let me know and I'll just jump out because I can't really play around with this thing.
That's what she said.
It's pretty rough. Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and just duck out for quality of stream purposes. I might try jumping back in when I get home.
All right.
So, see you guys.
All right, man.
We'll see you later.
I gotta check the plumbing. So I'll
you
be
guys
back.
Where else are we hearing background noise?
And, yeah, Dinosaur, you have a lot of background noise.
Yeah, if you want to mute your mic. Okay, here we go. And it seems to be working. Keep me backstage, though. Don't pop me up. Yeah. Oh,
that would be.
Whoa.
That would be horrible feedback.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he's gonna go shut this one off, bounce out. The other one will be backstage, and he should be able to transfer in.
That's a destructive amount of feedback. My ears hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
still don't understand why my Bluetooth headphones weren't working then.
Well, it's probably because they're
probably the
Bluetooth
settings.
headphones, and so if you had a wired headphone set, it probably would have worked.
Yeah. I mean, I use Bluetooth. I use dedicated Bluetooth headphones for my computer when I stream with you guys, but I actually have it preset in my computer to actually go all audio from the computer goes straight to the headset. So it helps a little bit, but
yeah,
I mean it makes it kind of a challenge, but yeah, so a lot of the phones, their headsets don't work too well for audio with live streaming.
Well, we have audio. That is a good sign.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Well, we were able to transfer successfully from phone to computer. So I'm impressed with that experiment. Now it just comes to ending the stream. We'll see if it works out well.
I am surprised I was able to do a barrel roll in an F-14.
I'm seeing stuff from like Sean St. George and a couple other guys are talking about they've had commercials during the live stream, so it's kind of surprising.
That's probably one of the monetized settings, but you know, the good news is that means YouTube didn't nuke monetization on this, so that's the good news. Let's see.
Been pretty tame, yeah.
Just setting some things up here, still making sure everything's working. So stand by.
Yeah.
What the hell?
But yeah. There's doing these mid-afternoon streams with you guys is kind of fun, so
yeah.
I wouldn't mind setting up a schedule, like we can say, every couple of weeks or however often, keep the time open for people to hop in and hop out. That way I know I can be here to kind of help hold things semi-stable.
Yeah.
Just to make sure everything, no major problems occur. And just while he's driving, I can hop through the chats and stuff like that. But
that reminds me, I got to think of one.
Jack, are you doing your bullshit report for Pop tonight or nah?
Am I doing a bullshit report?
Yeah. You doing one this week or no?
No, I'm not doing one this week.
Oh, okay. Just wondering.
I'm not gonna have time to do one. Okay, that's fuck with my camera. All right, never mind. No funny background then. No, they've been upping my hours this week. I don't know why, but they've almost doubled how many hours I'm gonna work next week. So, and this week too, it's actually upgraded. So
you're saying I should do a bullshit report for you?
Oh yeah, just pick a group of people that have been fucking up lately and just spend 3 minutes cussing them out or something.
Oh my god, the list is huge.
Yeah, like I said, just like put them all on a wheel, write a little sticker with a different group on it, and just spin that wheel, whatever it lands on, and go with it.
Let's.
Well, the good news is, really quick, just to jump in, it has been a successful test. We are able to transfer from the phone on the road to the computer, audio and video just fine, and no problems. I can still see the chat on that note. Let me check. All right, nothing updated on YouTube as far as super chats. If there were any, I am sorry, I do not see any. And then Rumble and MGTOW, I'll have to check on
to see
update.
that picture.
Which picture?
You know the one.
Oh, fuck no.
It's in the background. I can see it from here.
Oh, wait a minute. Rhino, in counter to that, do you want to play that clip from Chaos' stream that I sent you in a Gilded DM?
I don't have it downloaded and ready to go, so unless you have it queued up. If you have it queued up, we'll do it.
Well, if I can share screen, hold on. I can go and find it real quick.
Oh, Outlaw, we've got more for you than that, so don't you worry.
Who's that in the yellow shirt?
Wouldn't you like to know, sir?
I'm fixing to have to do some explaining.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, you have a lot of explaining to do, actually. Hold on, let me real quick.
You got some splaining to do.
Give me a second. I'll be right back.
All right. You guys aren't going to leave me alone until I explain this bullshit either, even though I'm sure all of you fucking know anyway. But I got a care package the other week from a certain asshole. And in the care package was an autographed picture from April Saunders. So there you go. Fuck my life.
All right. I think I should have this ready to go, and you should be able to hear audio.
Excellent. We'll add it to the stage now, and I'll full screen it just for, full effect.
All right. Outlaw, you might want to get that explanation ready.
Micro what? You like those micro phalluses, huh?
You said the big ones first.
I mean, not gonna lie, I'd rather not feel it at all if it's gonna happen.
How messed up is it that I know exactly where you're at?
Yeah. Whoa.
Whoa. Oh, you're gonna need the payload capacity of that bumper then.
Then why don't you go after the sunflowers? No. I mean, you already eat her chips.
Oh God!
Yeah. Wow. That was not what I expected.
Chaos for some reason thinks I like eating sunflower chips, or I don't know where that came from.
So he's suggesting you just eat sunflowers because you're halfway there already.
Yeah, he's trying to say I like that chick sunflowers that comes on people's streams. I don't know where that came from.
I thought where this was going to go was the I like big women. We've got you on tape, live.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
Saying you like big
women.
women.
I know. Yeah, and somehow Chaos thought that meant something different.
You like some fat?
No, I actually don't like fat.
Anyway.
It is fun.
So there you go. We're setting up a hot date between MGTOW Outlaw and Sunflowers.
No.
It should go well, considering we have a MGTOW monk of sorts and a feminist. It should be a wonderful time. If we can get the set up, I will make sure to travel to their destination to film it live because it's comedy gold.
Comedy gold. And make sure you're recording because Pop is probably going to be laughing his ass off at that.
No, look, listen here. I've already gotten into it with her several times.
Even better.
Wait, you've
You're
gotten
already a
into
quarreling
her several
couple.
times.
There is no getting through. There is no getting through to the feminists.
Well, no one said you had to get through to her. You just have to get into her. It sounds
yes.
like.
No. I don't want to get anywhere through her at all.
You
through
can get
her,
through to
in her,
feminists.
on her.
All you need is some big event where people have to worry about survival, and there's no feminists anymore.
Oh yeah.
Well, you're not wrong about that one.
He is very correct.
Trying to think. It was it was Riggs. It was Riggs said you have two options there, Audi Law. You can either go get your sunflower chips straight from the source, fresh, not in a bag, or you can go to Canuckistan and make Crystal Kitten's kitten purr. There you go. With your weirdness.
No,
I mean,
that's
at that point, you might as well just go for
around
the
me.
Canadian healthcare.
That's people's weirdness being projected onto me.
Well, this has been an interesting stream, that's for sure. I think.
That's it.
I think
That's it. I'm
we might
leaving
be
you.
coming to a close.
Yeah, I think we should just end it here.
Yeah, I think it's a good spot.
This is a weird return to streaming after several weeks.
Well, you know, it is what it is. And around here, I don't even know if weird can be classified because everything we do is bizarre.
Yeah.
Listen here, Mr. Jingles. Let's see. I got to find something before I can take us out anyway. But, and now I feel like my audio's coming in way too hot again, as usual.
Some of us like it hot.
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow. Please don't ever do that again.
Don't ever do that again.
Baby.
All right.
I feel the
Give it to
sudden
me,
urge to
Rhino.
leave. I feel
There
the
it
sudden
is.
urge to leave Gilded for some reason.
Yeah, you know, you did that last night, and yet you're still here this morning, so I don't know how that works.
I don't know. I just
You're trapped with us, man. There's no way out. Yeah. So on that note, we'll do our usual thing. It's been a very different stream today, but I think we'll do more of these. This is actually the second time we've done an on-the-road stream. First time I did an experiment for the fuck of it, but now I know it works, so if this is actually a cool idea, we could start a stream at home and then do, you know, on the road streams as well. We could do on-location streams like Stanley Hotel. There's all sorts of opportunities that could come from this. But on that note, we'll do final thoughts and we'll get out of here. How about that? We'll start with Crusader. If Crusader is not here.
He might not be back.
Let's go with MGTOW Outlaw. Your final thoughts then, sir.
let me go last because I was actually trying to think of what I was going to say.
All right, stand by.
Nice.
Let's go with Cliff then. We'll have you go.
All right, my final thoughts, folks. The way how society's going, you remember the old tale that if there's only a couple assholes in the place, it's fine. But if you think everybody else is an asshole, guess what? You're the asshole. I don't think that's the case anymore with the way how society's going. So, yeah, that's about all I got to say.
Whoop. All right. Sorry about that, gentlemen. Let's go with Thumper. What are your final thoughts, sir?
My final thoughts, like Pop says, handle your shit. And, if you make your own purpose, you don't have to worry about finding one somewhere else.
Very good. All right, Jackal, I'll let you go. I don't know if Crusader has returned yet, but Jackal, your final thoughts, sir.
Oh, just do not think that you're entitled to survival in and of itself, because you're not. Look at how animals are. They die quite frequently and brutally without any mercy. What makes you think that nature's going to be any more merciful on you? It's not. You have a debt to pay for every single minute that you are still breathing on this planet, taking up space, taking up oxygen, and, well, food. So don't think that just because you exist and that you're a human, you have inalienable rights, that you don't have right to anything other than to die screaming like a bitch for your mother. That's about all you're entitled to. Those are your only rights. So, I mean, either way, you're going to go out the same way you came in. You're going to be screaming for your mother as they're pulling you out, and you're going to be screaming for your mother and for mercy when you die. Either way, you're going to die. Just make that, as Thumper said, make that dash in between your birth date and your death date worth something. And the only way you can do that is by living life. Don't spend your days like me in a house staring at a computer or staring at a screen. That's not life. That's just being there. That's just existing. And that's basically the same thing as not participating very much in any sport or any event. You're just there. And participation trophies are only handed out by people. Nature doesn't hand out participation trophies. You either come in first or you come in last, which is 6 feet under.
Ricky Bobby said that best.
Ricky Bobby.
All right. Let's see if we can get a hold of Crusader. Crusader, can you hear us? Earth to Crusader Nate.
Yeah, I'm here. I said I'll be back. I had to take care of something here at home, so
no,
we're all good.
A couple difficulties, so I might have missed that. All right. We're just doing final thoughts. If you want to do your final thoughts today, sir.
Well, I got a lot of thoughts. Most would scare most of the panel, which that's pretty common. But yeah, guys, just find what you enjoy. Find a purpose for you. Don't take life too seriously because nobody gets out alive anyway. And like Thumper said, there's that little dash between born in, died in. Learn to give that little dash between those two dates. Give it meaning to yourself. Do something that will actually live beyond you.
Hell yeah. Well said. All right. I guess we have one member left to do final thoughts before I close this down, but we did miss out on an opportunity today, and I can't let it go. Riggs, thank you for reminding me.
Damn, boy. Damn, boy, he's thick. Boy, that's a thick-ass boy. Damn.
All right. Outlaw, your final thoughts, sir.
I suddenly have a raging hate for everybody.
The feeling is mutual, you piece of shit.
Wow. God damn.
Bring it on.
Jesus.
Like I said, a raging hate for everyone. Anyway, no, I forgot what I was going to say. So,
oh, God damn it.
I said everything I'm going to say. I forgot what I was going to say, man.
Listen.
I said everything I'm going to say.
Make something up then.
Would you hate me?
Yeah.
I'd hate me so hard.
Let's see. Here's my avatar with some cute little chihuahuas. There you go. Don't you like chihuahuas?
Right. I feel like we gave him such a hard time lately. He's having a mental breakdown.
Oh well, why don't you use the cartoon one that Billy drew up for you?
Oh yeah.
I had trouble downloading that for some reason. Let me see if I can.
Damn it.
What was it under?
Gilded somewhere in the.
It was in
chat.
Gilded. It was in I think it was in the group, but it got buried.
Group chat. Yeah, let me see if I.
By the way, Outlaw, don't ever take us giving you shit or giving you shit is a bad thing.
Oh no! I was just kidding. I don't mean.
All right. Well,
if we don't like you, we're nice to you.
That's right. I'll tell you what. We'll take it out of here in case we can't find next show. Use that new avatar you have there. I'll go ahead and take us out though. By the way, thank you for watching till the end, those of you did, and for super chats today that got sent in, thank you again. The one on Rumble we saw. Any that I missed, unfortunately, it is not refreshing on my end, so apologies there. However, welcome back. We are back. I might be on Pop Show tonight. I don't know. It depends on how Blake is doing. Nothing major, just some tooth pain or something, so I'm not sure what's going on there.
So
we will be back Friday. I see you, Outlaw. Hang on. Yeah, God damn it. Here, I'll just talk. We'll do a voiceover.
This is what Billy thinks of when he sees me.
It's not
I
bad
am
enough.
apparently a hillbilly cousin fucking squirrel that wears a straw hat. No, that's not a straw hat. That's more of a...
That's kind of a
Stetson.
cowboy hat there.
Yeah. There you go.
Nice little
It's only a 4-gallon though.
No.
And for some reason,
Yeah,
my
you
tail
only have
looks like a
10-gallon one.
feather instead of a squirrel tail. I like it.
Anyway, it is good. I like it. You should use it from now on. It's perfect.
Yeah. I like rhinos too.
Fuck
I
off.
do too. I actually do.
On that fucking note, we're getting out of here. Welcome back. We're back. I'm not sure for how long because of this harassment. I might take another month off starting tomorrow. But for now, we're back. And we will see you guys Friday. Or I might see you tonight. I have no clue. I have no clue how it works anymore. But hope you enjoyed the show today. We'll probably do this again soon. So we'll keep you posted. Or I'll let you know 10 minutes before like I normally do. But yeah, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching all the way through to the end. And as soon as I can pull up my screen here, we'll get out of here. If I can pull it out. That's what she said. I got you. I'm going to put everybody backstage, though.
He's
God damn it.
learning.
I'm tired of this. You all get the fuck off.
Games week.
There will be an after party. Link is obviously in the chat and the description on YouTube. But I'm going to put everybody backstage for now so I can get out of here. And God damn it. I rearranged everything. I made a mistake. All my files and folders are organized, so now I can't find anything. That's how it goes. Let me see. Where is it? There it is. All right. We will catch you next time, Friday night, 10 p.m. Eastern, where we talk about Billy Von Baum, or Bayou Billy. Is he a time traveler? Traveler? Are we living in a simulation? What the fuck is going on, and how did he appear in a video game in 1989? Find out on Friday. I'm not shitting you. That is our topic for Friday. Anyway, I'll catch you then. Have a great evening. Go over and watch Pop Show tonight, whether I'm there or not. Tune in. It's going to be an interview type show tonight, so it should be a lot of fun. All right, guys, I'm out of here. Maybe.
We are the arbiters of this society.
Repeat after me. As a good citizen, we must maintain a neutral carbon footprint. Repeat after me. We must eat the bugs. Repeat after me. We must eat the bugs.
This is a world that we create and manage. The people, they need to be controlled. We will give them truths, but only our truths. They are not to seek information anywhere else.
It is my job to keep order. So what you saw didn't happen. Erase everything.
I used to be one, and I was good at it.
I know. Things were simpler then. I have some questions.
You need to understand, we're being hunted.
By who?
Bring him to me.
This breaks the world.
Your story isn't over yet. There's still a page left.
Yeah. Sometimes I get so mad, there's no controlling me. My thoughts get so bad, I'm like, I might grab a bat, I don't know. My wrath, my blood boils over like, oh God, here goes. I lost all feeling from my head to my toes. You said some shit that I can't let go, so just stay tuned for the rest of the show. So have you ever felt betrayed? Switches how you see things, realize something needs change. Cause I know you got me f***ed up. Let me show you what's up. Cause enough is enough. I'll take a face full of pavement just to make a statement. I know there's no turning back. Oh God, adrenaline wasted, so mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll bleed on your face to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit, I go crazy when I'm mad. And now you go wish you would shut the fuck up real bad. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. I'll take smoke, I'ma poke a hole through you, choking's overdue. Come at me and you won't get any older, dude. Crack your holder too. Heating up inside of me, blood so violently. Thanks for trying me. Now it's finally time to see how this rivalry becomes a dynasty.